Hey everybody, this is new time for me. Just check out how it goes. While I'm waiting for people to come in, I am going to do some coin search. And right now I'm working on 82s, large date, small date, 82Ps, which is Philadelphia, and 83 Denvers. There'll be 2 copper, 1 small, 1 large, 1 zinc at 1 large. Hey Orda, hey Super, how you doing? Yeah, I'm early. I'm going through all my 82s and distinguish from large date, small date, and separating, see if I can find any 83s that may be copper. So I've got those all saved up. You want to come join me on the panel? Super or Orta or Ant? Orta. Still searching. Oh, you both left. Okay, no problem. Sure, okay. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Do, do, do. Copy. Do. There you go, my friend. Let's see. Let me kill this. Kill that. Kill that. Okay. And drop down. Oh, there we go. Okay. Copper. ADD. 82. It looks like zinc. Let's see. I can weigh it just to make sure. Yep. Zinc. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, I need to get one. Most of the stuff I've learned off of what I'm looking for is hey Stern. I'm looking at videos basically. 83. How was your day?
I've been a bit testy today, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I was a bit testy yesterday, and then today it got a little bit worse.
Oh, really?
And my TV cracked. Yeah, my TV cracked a bit. This white line that goes down right here.
Yeah.
That's a crack, and there's 3 that go along the top too.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so that was just an irritating addition to the day.
And there's discussion seems to help me more than reading about it because I'm pretty good at retaining information, but a lot of times, just talking to people and repeating talking to people, learn a little bit, discuss it after you find something that you understand, and then after a while it just sticks with you. Like right now, I'm doing these 82s. Just by looking at the material on the coin, I can tell it's a zinc. Now this one here is questionable. 82. Yep, I told you. It's copper.
I do the drop test.
Oh, do you? No, I have a
if you drop it completely flat,
You see,
copper rings and zinc doesn't.
yeah. See this here? I mean, just
that's it.
That's zinc. I mean, just the texture alone. I mean, this looks like it's got measles or something.
Yeah, it's they didn't have the mixture right to get the copper to stick to the zinc.
Right. And all that produces some kind of gas underneath the combination of the copper lining the zinc or
Well,
unstable.
yeah, the second zinc touches air, it starts to
Gas.
create whatever PV calls it. I can't remember the exact name, but
Okay.
yeah, the second zinc touches the air, it starts to zinc oxide or something. But yeah, it's literally it starts to deteriorate.
Yeah, I'm just going through this because I want to keep this box going for a while because I know I'm not going to go to the bank for a little bit. So I think this is my time to learn stuff.
Yeah, I'll be up all night probably.
Probably.
I nap like 3 times a day randomly for like 2 to 3 hours a piece. So
And me being home and not working, I'm not. It throws my sleep pattern.
yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. So that kind of screws it up a little bit. And where are you from? I've never asked. If you don't mind me asking, where you're from? What time
Sure,
zone?
I haven't talked to Ant very much, but I know that the PV and Paula and them like you, and you get some good varieties in the mix. You're one of the Q&A turds that are up there with me all the time. He sends stuff to the Q&A with me almost every week.
Hey, Austin, how you doing?
You're not that new to coins, Ant.
I didn't think he was. I thought him for a while there now.
Yeah, he's not that new. He's just being modest or a turd.
Okay.
And I only know this because of how the panel talks about him and how they actually listen to him. They listen to his stuff. So that's how I know. Because it takes a good bit for them to listen to what you have to say and take your advice.
Right. And the thing is that, me being a teacher, I'm so used to kids, how should I put this? That the other kids think they're smarter than somebody else. I don't like that. When kids start
Arrogant.
Yeah, arrogance. There you go. And I don't like that. I mean, if a person doesn't know, he doesn't know. And you teach them. That's my job. And a lot of times when I hear people, that's why I don't offer sometimes my opinion because I know the reaction I get, not because I can't take it. It's just I can't stand it, and I might say something,
Oh yeah. Yeah, every once in a while yeah. But they are only ridiculing the coin, not the person, and I understand that. But
yeah.
But I do know that everybody has biasness somewhere or another.
Oh, of course.
And I know that there's one member that's not the biggest fan of me, and I don't know why, because we've never even spoken. Yeah, but you get that feeling sometimes.
Yeah, but Stern, it could be just because someone's more knowledgeable. Or like remember we were talking yesterday about when you see something you think is not one of the things attributed to the coin collecting community, and then you'll agree with it, and because of that fact that you challenge the person's who's supposed to be the expert, you'll challenge them basically if they feel that you're being challenged, so they don't like that kind of attitude.
I think it's the other way. I think it was because when I started, I thought I knew a lot, so I would send in a whole bunch of pictures without much of a question behind it and more of a statement. So I fully understand. But yeah, I've learned a lot since those days, and one of the members just kind of me once my name pops up, kind of bats it off just a wee bit.
Well, I was
but
told
the fact that Ken took my Susan B and he added that to the database made me all super giddy last week.
Yeah. Cool.
Pretty sure I found RPM on a 1982 zinc small date.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, you should be able to see it.
Something's
So,
inside the D.
yep, something's inside the D. You are correct. I've looked through many because I've separated all my 82 smalls out for a long time. 82 small date Denvers. Not to weigh them per se, but for the DDRs that are on there for the 82 small date Phillies.
Small
There's a
date
DDR.
twos?
Yeah, the small day 82 Philadelphia, so the no mint mark. There's
Oh,
a DDR that's pretty strong, and there's only 2 or 3 known in existence, so it's pretty expensive.
huh.
Yeah,
Because
but as I said, there's only
I'm
2
going,
or 3, so
I'm going through my 82s right now, and we've got, it says here that there's a 1982 small date copper. There's none. And that's,
no, there's well, small day Denver copper. There's none, or there's 3 actually, but there should be none. And so that's why you're weighing your 82 small date Denvers right now is because of that the 3 that have been found so far.
hey, you see where your crosshairs are on next to the D? Is there something
What's
else
up?
to do?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is the mint mark that was there beforehand.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't done any research, and I only have the Cherry Picker Volume 2, so I don't have the penny, nickel, half cent, large cent. I have dimes and up, so I haven't gone online to try to match it or not yet. I just went through my stack of 82 small date Denvers just now on the scope, and I have one that looks like this, and I have 2 more that I pulled aside for RPM possibilities,
Uh-huh.
but they're slightly different. They're not the same as this one. Let's see, what is this one? And you are, yeah, that's one too.
Huh. Oh yeah, I see on the inside of it too.
That one on the inside. That one actually does a left-hand curve though. It actually swoops in on the inside instead of going straight down like this one right here does. So this one has no left-hand curve at the base. This is kind of straight down, and then this one has a pretty distinct. Come here, buddy. Come here. Little soup. Yeah. I can probably get a little closer even. And it doesn't look like pushed metal from damage or anything.
Yeah, no, man, you can really see it there.
Yeah, that's one of them. And now that I'm that close, let's see if I can get to the other one. There's the rim. There's the 9. There's the D.
Awesome.
And I found a 2007 DDR with split serifs on the S in pluribus. But it's not the only spot that has the split. It's just you're not supposed to be able to get split that far away from the center of the coin
Uh-huh.
in the years that we're in now, from 2005 and up. You shouldn't be possible because they started doing the single squeeze all the time then. But I have found a lot of examples that make me not believe that that is all the way true.
Well, I'll stick to I would stick to your guns about that.
Oh yeah, I got a little bit better lighting, so I've been able to photograph a little bit better. And here, well, either as soon as we're able to get free, and I can get a job and get some income, or if I do either an auction or sell some of my varieties that I'm not going to send out for grading, I can buy my microscope or the 34 megapixel camera. instead of the 2 megapixel camera and 3 megapixel camera that we have now. It's like it's got 3D dimension capabilities and stuff in the camera.
Uh-huh.
So you'll actually be able to see like the edges of the device. I'm so excited. I don't even have it yet. I haven't even ordered it, and yet I'm that excited.
Here's an AE2D
Large date.
and large date, and it's a copper.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You're gonna have very, 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 very few 82 large date Denver Zincs.
And I've got 3 right now. Oh, you mean the other way around, huh? Okay.
Yeah. No, to find a zinc with an 82 Denver large date is it's pretty hard actually. It took me a long time. And it's just like finding an 82 small date Philadelphia in copper is kind of hard. Mine, it's $233 on Amazon. It's the and 207 or 407, and right now, it's a version of that. I had to find a different brand, but yeah, it's not a ghetto brand, and it's 34 megapixels. It comes with a stand. It looks just like this. It even has a little screen that goes up top, but it's HDMI capable, so you can plug it into your TV. It's USB capable SD card, of course, but it's 34 megapixels instead of 3. It's on my wish list right now. So if you're interested or curious on which one, I can go.
I'm gonna say
give you that info if you want.
Yeah, it's copper. Here's large date 82
D copper.
Again, it's copper.
Oh yeah, no, it's hard. Yeah, I expect most of those to be copper for you. Yeah, and that's how I've been debating.
And I think this is the way
because I want. What's up?
I think this is the way I'm going to practice, because now I'm getting just to eyeball them. I can almost look at them, and I know it's zinc, and I can almost feel the weight in my fingers, and I can tell if it's 3.1.
Yep, and if you keep your area really cold, copper gets colder than zinc. So when you pick up a handful and right when you pick it up, you can tell which one's which just by how cold it is in your hand.
Huh. Wonder why I put this 84.
I learned that by working in the freezer.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I would keep stuff on my jack because I would count. I would search on every break, before work, after work. I would just pop on YouTube while I was selecting orders on my jack. And every time I would get a chance to look through shit, I would. And I did that for 6 months last year. And then the appendix blew, and then I just did it all day, every day for the rest of the year.
Well, I came on early because I figured I've been on, let's see, the next 2 nights I've been streaming, and I cut it short with 4 hours. I felt better today. So I thought I'd try this, and if I go to 3 in the morning, then it won't bother me as much.
Yeah. Because
not working throws my sleep pattern off now.
Oh yeah, me too. Mine has been so bad since I got out of the hospital.
How long you been out?
It's legit. It's been legit. Stay up for 2 days, then sleep for a night, and then stay up for 2 days. Take a couple naps randomly, then stay up for 2. Like my insomnia has gone fucking haywire.
Jeez.
Like it's serious, and it's that bad where I don't sleep for 2, and then I sleep for a 10-hour night, just like a normal night if I've been drinking or something, and then I'll stay up for 2, and then my brain won't stop, so I'll doze off. I'll wake up an hour or 2 later, and then I'll do it again 3 or 4 times that day, and then I'll be up for 2 days again.
Midnight gave me a few tips a while back, and I was just overwhelmed with so much information at one time because I wanted to know real quick, and I had to slow down because sometimes my brain would be working so much after talking to like Midnight, Cajun, talking to Paula, Ken, all those people, and I can't get my head to slow down after that.
Yeah, and mine's never about coinage. It's always about past mistakes,
Right.
current problems, and future mistakes that I'm about to make.
Yeah.
And then it runs with it and runs with it and runs with it. And then next thing you know, I'm worried about something or another, or I'm irritated at a decision made in the recent past, or something nonsense and ridiculous keeps me awake. So I decided to stop trying to force myself to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And when my brain wants to be done, I'll lay down. But until my brain is done being a turd, now I'm gonna occupy my mind. That way, it doesn't get a chance to wander into nonsense.
Yeah.
And when I do that, my brain gets so tired I don't even think before I sleep now. Like when I hit that point, I lay down, and then next thing you know, it's morning.
Huh.
There's no thought process. There's no effort. There's no trying. I literally I go down, I lay down, and next thing you know, it's morning. There's no more hassle and stress about it.
Well, I go in my garage sometimes and I just sit there, you know, and I'll put on the radio real low because it's late and I don't want to wake any of my neighbors up. And I'll go
Yeah,
in the garage and I do that.
I throw my headphones in, or I talk to you guys, or I do both. I throw the headphones in on the tablet in one ear, and then I'll talk to you guys with the other.
83.
No. So we're gonna drop you down so I can see. If I find something, I'll bring you back up.
Okay. The one that Chuck Daughtry uses his camera. I like his.
He said, "Yeah, it's also $650. Darn it!"
Yeah, well,
And you know the one that he uses, on roll reveals is not the one he prefers to use, and is not the better of the two cameras he has. It's the lesser of the quality.
And why does he use it?
Because it's easier to use while streaming,
Oh, I see.
or something doesn't work right on his other one. But he openly states that when he's by himself or when he goes back through them, he hooks up his other scope. He only uses that one for roll reveals because it's just the way it's set up is either easier, or the other one is just way hard to set up. But the other one has better everything. And it really is all about megapixels. I mean, Ken's right when he says it.
But something, also lighting too has a lot to do with it.
Oh, lighting's everything. That reminds me. Where are they?
What's that?
I have white light bulbs, crystal clear white light bulbs. I try every kind of light imaginable. You have no idea. I have 5 or 6 different kinds of light and lumen in here right now because I've tested everything.
You don't like the clear bulbs?
No, I'm trying them now. I've never tried the crystal clear light bulb. That's what light it produces. I've tried bright white light, soft white light.
Midnight.
You had that one for free, midnight? Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty.
He got it for free because he used to advertise with the company?
Yeah, because that turd. Where was I? I don't even remember.
You were talking about the lights, what you're using?
Oh, yeah. I've tried incandescent, iridescent, soft white light, bright white light, sunlight, LED, HD. The HD light is actually one of the best I found so far. The HD crystal clear light. It's the one that's in. Yeah, it's the one that's in this one right now. And then these two are LED with a white, like a plastic white cover that distributes the light like a ping pong ball. So these are great. Those things are great, and they're $6 at Walmart.
Now, does he sell? Hey, Midnight, does he sell them on his site?
See, I want the AmScope, the AMSCOPE, the AmScope. They have it's $430, but it's an extended arm trinocular HDMI capable microscope, so you can look through the view holes. It has the camera. but you can add stuff to it. Like you can buy an extra wide zoom lens and it'll attach to it. You can buy a ring light that attaches to the base of the pole. You can buy additional pieces that make it better instead of having to buy a new microscope every time you see something cool and new.
Huh. Must be nice.
I don't have 500 in capital to spend on a microscope.
Or do I?
But I can, however, justify 233.
Oh yeah.
Because I think it'll make the proof varieties that I have so much clearer photographed that instead of trying to convince people I have stuff, I can just show them I have stuff. And that changes everything in the variety game.
And then you got to learn how to catalog and file.
Oh,
I bet you do. I bet you do.
So I'm pretty bad at it, so I go chaos quite a bit, which isn't good. I know that. I know I'm pretty bad at it. But when it comes to cataloging, you'd be surprised the stuff that I'm positive I have found or my in-hand varieties would surprise you. Where's my? There should be like 3 pages in here somewhere.
Yeah, I heard someone talking about finding an 83 scanning that weighed 3.1.
Oh, that'd be cool. That's money in the pocket.
Yep.
Have you watched CoinOp's new video?
Yes, I went back and checked the coin list that he searches for all the time.
No, the one he did yesterday about the coins with stories.
No,
episode 1, and he talks about the dime with 5 on the cheek, and he actually does an interview with Robert because Robert's the one who originally found it. And Robert talks about how he found it, how long it took him, who he's all talked to, how many he know has been found.
Are you talking about the Roosevelt dime, the 5 on the cheek?
Yes, I am.
I remember seeing somebody else's channel.
Mine?
I saw some.
I have one of those.
Really?
Yeah, and right now he talked about there's a kid who's 11 years old and found one because he watched their video, and he sent it in for grading, and it got graded as a special proof 67, which is the highest graded 5 on the cheek variety dime that has been graded so far. So it's the top pop as of now, even without a designation, because they don't attribute that actual thing. He just graded it. It's on eBay right now for $29,999.
Jeez.
And Dustin kind of thinks it's going to sell for it.
For that amount?
Yeah, there's 15 known in existence. And Robert found one 20 years ago, and I guess supposedly he looked for 10 to 15 years, went through, he said, over 5,000 SMS sets in the 15 years looking for it. Never found it. Finally found another, then went and had a meeting with Phoebus and Ken Potter. And then he found a couple more and this and that, and then he has sold one for over $1,000. He sold a couple for like 400 to 500. But he says that Cherry Pickers is going to finally add it to the new edition that's coming out in August.
Cool.
Yeah, congratulations for Robert. He's getting his name in the Cherry Pickers Guide. Awesome. That's like my goal. That's like one of my legit bucket list goals in life. Is to get my name in that specific book, or to be a part of like the Ken Potter and Phoebus crowd, like the good old The Next Snow or something, you know. That's my legit goal. But yeah, so that means 2 things.
What's that?
If that thing sells for $30,000, it's going to be hard to not put mine up for sale immediately. But if I wait till August or September or so, it will be a PCGS attributable variety
Yep.
because they acknowledge the cherry pickers guide. So if I wait that long, I can officially send it to PCGS and get it graded with that designation. And I think mine's a cameo, which means I already have a holy poop. If his sells for 30 grand, well, I couldn't even imagine what a cameo version would sell for. I can't even imagine.
It'll be above twice that, at least.
On average, it's a little over double most of the time. Yes. If we're talking like 50, 60 grand, I would poop a rainbow. I don't even know how to feel. It's hard to even express my reactions to what that would feel like.
You got to be on cloud nine, son.
Dude, it would be. I would pass out or something. It'd be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous.
Have you seen the Antique Roadshow?
Yeah, they were in town like 2 months ago, and I didn't make it to it, but I tried to because of my dagger and that stupid vase that I've shown you a few times.
Because I've seen people literally cry because they found this painting that was hanging with their great grandparents, wall.
I would probably cry.
And it was like Remington, and they start crying. And I'm going, gee, my knee.
I would probably cry. Hector, you have no idea. I've been
I would
struggling my entire life. I barely made it. Made it. Barely with the short end of the stick, with terrible luck. But I'm surviving. I'm ain't bitching about it. But I've never known good luck, and to have something like that, I would just Forrest Gump it. I would just start running because I don't know what else to do.
I would tell you the same thing. Last 5 years have been a rough 5 years. Actually, more than that. But the one part was my dad was.
Last 4 years have been aggressively unpleasant.
Yeah, I would say I probably they're close to what you are, not knowing all the details. I'm pretty close to that. But if I don't put one foot in front of the other in a slow pace, take my time, if I rush into fighting everything, I lose it.
See, and I knew when I found the SMS dime, I knew it was worth something good because I had watched so many. I watched all of Point Off with Dustin Morgan doing the narrating, and I had watched it at least 15 dozen times, every episode. I mean, I would put them on repeat, and then I would put World Numismatic News on repeat, and then I would put Ken on repeat while I search. But I knew right away when I saw that SMS dime that it was worth something. And then I talked to Robert, and he verified what it was for me. And then he told me that he had sold one that he had graded at a 66 or 60. It was a 66 through SEGS, not even a really good company. And he said he sold it for 1,100 or something like that. I was like, oh my God. So I have to send it in. And then it's hard to break that ice of sending stuff in for the first time. Because you're told, because we spend so long hearing that it's not worth it so often.
Take a chance, I guess.
Oh no, I have a list. I have a chunk that's going. I'm sending the 1970S Kennedy Proof FS 101. I'm sending the SMS dime with the 5 on the cheek. I'm sending my 1884 O VAM 10 O over O. I'm sending the 1970S RPM 001. I'm making it a solid variety send in. That way it'll be worth it no matter what. Because the 70 proof Kennedy, there's only 10 to 15 known in existence on that one as well. And I don't think there's been one sold in 5 years.
Really? 5 years? What have they been hiding?
Yeah, when I looked it up last time, the last auction that was set for the 1970S Kennedy FS 101 for the proof, I think it was 2014 or 2013 was the last time I saw a record on Heritage, Great Collections or eBay or any of it when you go to the CoinFacts and you see the PCGS Value View and the price guides and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the latest auction was at least 6 years ago.
Wow. Midnight says it wasn't hard to send any coin I've had graded, and it only verifies that makes them worth what they are supposed to be worth. Wow, look at
Yeah, well, when it comes to varieties, yeah.
Look at this thing.
That's why I'm sending in a variety.
Look at this 74.
A variety batch. Because if you send, that's a nice tone.
Yeah, it's not.
I like my toners
here, but it's better when I got in my album. I'll replace this.
Well,
one.
It looks like that needs to be in your album then.
I'm sorry.
I said that one needs to be in your album then.
Yep.
Because I've started my BU. I have the 41 through 74, and it's starting to get pretty BU. I mean, there's not many I need to get that one to be super shiny. Oh yeah, I guess I got a few to get.
I just found a 73S.
So this page is done with the shiny almost.
Oh yeah, you got some nice ones there. Nice reflect.
Yeah, this one's getting there. And then this one's got a few winners mixed throughout it, and then mostly brown there.
How you been, Kevin?
I'm gonna turn off my camera so it don't make you sick. And
smoking pipe. I like that one.
but I also have a section of just what I have officially decided that yes, they are high quality coins that I want to send in just for the grade.
Uh-huh.
I want to see where my eye is right now. So there's a couple that I want to send in just because I personally do think they are good enough to hit that grade. And a couple of them, it is the gamble because it's not worth doing if they don't. Like the Crackout challenge I want to do with that 67 Kennedy.
Man, this is messed up. Look at this. All that gunk on it. What do they put on these things?
Oh, anything it's a penny. People use them to scrape off poo on there. Must be real.
Yeah, it's a 34S. I'm gonna see if I can take it off without just trying to crack it. They told me to put it in the freezer and they'll come off.
No, you have to do it over and over and over because it's thermal expansion that is breaking off the copper spotting and the junk on top. Because the rate that the scent itself expands and contracts with the hot cold is at a different pace than the stuff on it. So when it expands and then contracts faster than the stuff on it, it literally like it breaks the hold that it has on the coin. And if you do it enough, you can actually make a drastic difference according to what I've seen Frank do. Frank is a genius.
Yeah.
And he's also a variety hunting finding machine.
Well, I'm seem to be turning to be. I just seem to want to do it all. Varieties, proofs, cameos. I mean, I think I'm gonna like everything that I put my hands on it.
Proofs are my favorite for a lot of reasons. I mean, there's always the gamble of you getting a deep cameo coin, which is insane awesome if you could get that. I mean, it's insane money. As we told you, CoinTable had a $38,000 Franklin the other day.
Who did?
CoinTable, Chris from CoinTable. He sent in a coin for somebody, and it got a 67-star deep cameo on a 56 Benji. He sent it to one of the auction houses, and it sold for $34,000. And with buyer's fees, it was a $38,400 Benjamin.
Dang.
And a 56 proof set cost you $56 to $65. That's all I'm saying.
Kevin, I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm not looking at that type of riches. I'm just, if I make up
Well, me,
$5, $10, $20, on 10,
me
15.
neither.
Yeah, it's just, for, fun money. Let me see if I can put this penny in the freezer. Right back.
Put it in a Ziploc baggie.
But is that in the baggie? Okay.
Yes, you want it in a baggie because you don't want it to get the moisture and condensation it gets from going from in there to out. You know how it gets the water. You want to fully protect it from that because you don't want to water spot it while you're trying to de-water spot it or de-carbon spot it. So yes, you want to put it in a fully tightened shut, even maybe possibly double Ziploc bag it just for safety purposes. I mean, I would because it doesn't really hurt much to make it a little extra safe.
Yeah. Okay. Going in the freezer now. Okay. Let's see. There's still 3 of us, which is okay. No worries there. Hey, Midnight, if you want to come on up, I think the link's still in there. Or I can put it in later.
I could go through all my 2019 Denvers that are in this bucket. There's like probably $25 worth. And I'm sure that if you don't look at your 2019 Denver pennies, please start because you do find stuff, even though everybody says you don't. You do.
I didn't.
I have.
I'm gonna have to check.
I can show you 3 different double dies that I have found on there that aren't even like super minuscule to where it's hard to tell, but they are doubled in a different place, all of them. This being one of them right here. Come on, get a little taller. Down a wee bit. We'll zoom into B. I don't know if you can see the B right here where it's got a line going in, line going in the E, line going in the R. The right arm of the R is really fat, and then this one actually does have a crease going in it about halfway up.
Yep, I see it. Man, that R is really thick on the left side.
Yep, and then it's got a notch there and the fat B. The notch in the E. And it's not lighting. Those will go nowhere no matter how I turn the coin. Those notches do not leave. The fat hockey stick L.
Right.
And then the S up here. Well, the little bit of divots in the W. The huge top part of the E.
Here's I got 2 here.
And the fat T, big O R, and the big O S.
So when you're looking at 2019, you look at all the lettering. At the ears,
and
nose. So you look at it almost the whole area then.
Yes, I start with the T and Y because according to everybody that knows anything, the single squeeze, the only place that you should truly see a double is here, his ear, and like right up in super close to him, his bow tie, the 2 maybe, but stuff that's close to the center of the coin is where we're supposed to look for doubling. So I start here, and I notice that the left arm of the Y is a bit off and large. So I just work my way over, and then I actually start to see the notching towards the edge of the coin, which we're not supposed to really see as much. But that E is so. Look at that. That E it's a definite indent.
Right. Whoops.
And then that's definitely a big old hockey stick for a 2019.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh, I'll scoot one back. And then, yeah.
Yeah, that's machine doubling there. Whoops.
Little bit further, not much, but a tidbit. I mean, I don't need to be this close. This is just so I don't have to move my phone closer.
Yeah.
But being about right here
Uh-huh.
it is good. This is where your letters are that big on your screen. That way you can see where the little notching would be. I mean, if I can get you closer. So you're almost there, but you won't see RPMs very well on the slightly notched Ds that are just little tiny cracks, or we'll call them butt cracks at the edges of the D. When you're that far away, it's really hard to see those.
Yeah, I can see that.
So
Man,
what I do
I better
is
split myself.
I'll go to the mint mark on just any average D or whatever what I'm
Uh-huh.
looking at, and I'll get to a point to where it's big enough to where I don't have to squint or zoom in real hard to see this and this, and then that's where I'll leave my scope. I'll leave it at that spot, or I'll make it to where that spot is easily, changeable to get to, because I have this scope that does the button press. Because when you're that zoomed in, it does take you longer. But when you're zoomed out that far, you do have a chance to miss the $3 to $5 variety. Like they tell you not to use a loop that's super strong, but a 60 times magnification with a light
Mm-hmm.
is almost what you is exactly what you need to look at varieties on the scale that you're trying.
Well, doesn't the people that grade only use a 10x loop?
But they don't use it to look for varieties. When they use varieties, they do 30.
Yeah,
They do
grading.
they do 30 times or more
Oh,
when
really?
they're trying to attribute a variety, but they only grade under a 7 or 8. I think it's a digital 7, because they yes, they have loops and stuff, but it also goes through a computer as well. And
Oh, really?
PCGS scans their Morgans. They have a scanner. They literally, it puts it on. It's like a foam copier. He shuts it, and and then it prints it out on the screen. And they do that for, I can't remember the reason they said. It's on a YouTube video. They go in and show it. But that's how they know when you resend Morgans over and over and over trying to get a new grade.
Uh-huh.
They have literally scanned the front and back of your Morgan. They know exactly which one's coming back over and over and over because, well, they know what die cracks are where and what toning is on that one. And they have a reference photo to go back and look at. That's why it's really hard to get a coin to grade from a PCGS grade to a higher PCGS grade.
I've heard stories about that if they get a coin from NGC, they'll send it to PCGS, and just because of that, they'll give it a higher grade, or vice versa.
CoinGeek says the opposite. He says that if you leave it in the slab and send it to the opposing company, that he feels that it screws with his grade more than it. Oh, don't know about which one, Midnight.
Well, I've heard people tell me that. I'm going, well, see, I'm not the expert, so I just accept it as they say. But for the moment, I could see the vanity of one company over the other. That I could believe, that it may have some vanity over the way they grade and to I guess.
I think
go ahead.
The only way I would send stuff to a company that was still in a slab that I wasn't sending to get, just a dirty slab changed out or something. If I was trying to get a different grade, I would send one of the really horrid old companies like NGS that is absolutely just, they're not only not respected, but they're disrespected, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, well, supposedly this hit a 70 deep cam for an ADS, and these don't even exist. I think PCGS has one graded this high. One.
Huh?
And the fact that this company graded it this high, I mean, I guarantee that's a no. I've already found blemishes on it. But I would send one of these just ghetto companies in slab if I was allowed to. And that's the only way I would leave it in a slab. Otherwise, I'm cracking it out and I'm sending in a fresh coin. And I'm going to try not to do PCGS to PCGS. I'm going to switch the grading company. Like if I have a PCGS slab that I'm cracking, I'm going to send it to NGC. If I have an NGC slab I'm cracking, it's going to PCGS or Annex.
I thought there was something wrong with that D.
It almost looks like that hit mark on the 9 is a D. It's weird.
I know that O is damaged, and I see there's a slice on the 7. And there's like a separation in the top of 9 on the left side of the curve.
But you're looking at a damaged coin already, though. You got a mark in his breast that's big enough to get the details grade. Oh, sorry. I'm still curious of what you said. I don't know about that one for Midnight.
I think we were talking about when I said something like
about the sending from one company to another.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought too, but I couldn't tell at what point you threw that out there because I don't know if you have lag today or not.
Yeah, it's yeah. I hear, like I said, I anybody who says anything, I'm gonna take it for what it's worth at the moment, and then we'll talk about it. I'm gonna see what people's reactions are, and then make my own mind up.
Yeah,
because what I noticed also, a lot of it's opinion.
That's what grading is. Grading is nothing but an opinion.
Yeah.
And CAC certified is an opinion of an opinion. When you CAC certify your coins, when you send it to the third party grading service. So CAC grades PCGS basically. So if you send a coin into CAC after PCGS graded it, if it gets that green sticker, that means they think PCGS did their job. If it gets a gold sticker, that means they think PCGS didn't do their job in the wrong way. And if it's the other way, they won't put a sticker on it at all. If they think it's overgraded, it won't get a sticker. If it's graded correctly, it gets a green one. And if it's undergraded, it gets a gold one. And the gray sheet has now started putting in CAC certified coins in the gray sheet for an extra premium, which they never used to do that. So dealers wouldn't pay you more for your certified coin.
Awesome.
And now the gray book through the gray sheet tells them to.
Well, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, some dealers still refuse to pay the premium because they have yet to see if the premium will hold. And they're not going to try to buy something at a premium and not be able to sell it at that same premium. There's no dealer in this world that would make that risk without a guarantee. I mean, besides us.
Right. Well, like I said, this is to me is a hobby right now. It takes my mind off a lot of things, and it kind of slows down. But then just the amount of knowledge. I mean, even Ken Peavy says sometimes, and Morgan, Dustin Morgan said one day he couldn't believe how much information he knows, but then when he goes to meet somebody else, it's another side of something else that he never knew about.
And unless you refresh your knowledge and you're searching on reference every few months, you'll fall behind.
Oh yeah.
The new attributions, the new things, the the new studies, the new articles. I mean, yeah, if you don't keep rewatching and going back and checking on it again and again and again, you'll start throwing back things that you don't want to be throwing back into circulation.
Right. Because now somebody else is more knowledgeable, pass through it, or go to somebody who doesn't know anything about it, damages the coin.
I've decided that after I get out of the situation I'm in now, the next time I get boxes of pennies, I'm only going to put back either damaged, like super spotted and just gross coinage, or problem coins. And otherwise, I'm going to save and get rolls by date and mint mark, because people do pay for a roll of whatever date. They'll pay $1 more or 50 cents more, and you can turn one roll of pennies into two, 50 cents into $1. And it's hard to say no to that when it's only that much capital being used.
Right.
And the fact that some dates they get a pretty high premium. Like if you get an AU to BU roll of 82 Denver small dates, well, and I'm not going to search through because if I said I'm not gonna. I have my own stuff that I'll search on my own, and then that will be its own thing, which I already do. All the rolls that I've showed you, none of those have ever been looked at in any way. I went through and I just grabbed all the reds, all the zinc reds and all the copper reds, and I put them in this here tin first. And then I get my rolls, and then I just grab a handful out of each little cubby right here. So this is 2000.
Yeah, I got that.
2019s and shields, copper, zinc 80 and 90s, zinc 2000s, copper, and zinc. And I fill up tubes of these. And when this is empty, I'll go through the box and I'll just throw any red one that looks damn good.
I've got 16 of those boxes.
Huh?
I have 16 of those boxes.
Oh no, yeah, that's just that one. I have one for nickels, which is sitting right there.
No, I have one for each year of pennies. You know, like all the 70s, all the 80s, all the 90s. I have one for the 10s. Well, the 9s, 10s, the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. I sleep at the 80s. But now you're changing my idea about saving BU coins like the 2019, 2018. And
do you realize that that's how I've always done it? Each one of these little paper cups is a different year. So this is 81. This is 76. This is 77. And I have boohoo insane amounts of them. You have no idea. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
I probably have 40 or 50 more of these under this desk. And then I have the big ones. So.
I'm going to start to give up on rolls from the bank. They just to be circulated and damaged.
I agree. But when I say that, all of a sudden I pull out just amazing looking red things. Like I have a 92 Denver that I honest to God believe I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it.
You sound ting again.
Oh.
Okay, you'll be back. I'll look for you. There you are.
See, I'm gonna send. Yeah. So there's one. There's probably a few things that I found that I'm curious on my eye. And I pulled them out when I first started this at the beginning of last year. And I went back and looked at them again under the new scope and all the goodness. And by God, I still think it is quality. I still think it is quality enough to go. And I've even started looking at slabbed coins to be able to actually compare in hand. So
Okay.
I have a 92 that I found in a circulated roll that I guarantee you touches MS66.
Well, Midnight's saying that at the end of the day, they're still circulated, though, and so can't sell them as BU.
People say that, but I found I was at the 92 in circulated, and I'm going to send it, and I guarantee you it doesn't not only hit BU, but it hits Gem BU. And I'm so absolutely positive of this. I'm saying it with that much certainty because I would lose a limb if I was wrong on it.
Well, look at this. This I found this in a roll in this box. If it wasn't for the spots, I'd say this is a pretty good coin.
Well, you look at his jacket and see how many hit marks are on the jacket is a big one. The high points. The open field below the Lincoln on the reverse is a big open one. And how weakly struck the of America is on the reverse is, damn it, almost every single one is like super, super weak.
Midnight says that anything found in a roll cannot be considered BU. It's literally called brilliant uncirculated.
I know, but
in a box.
But where is what determines circulation, not its position in a roll. If there's a coin in the roll with no wear on it, and you pulled it out of a circulated roll, is that a circulated coin or an uncirculated coin? I mean, you found it with circulated coins, but if there is no wear on that coin, it's not a circulated coin. I mean, you found it in the wrong spot. Yes, I mean, it's like finding a bird underwater. It's weird as fuck. I understand, but if wear dictates circulation, well, that would mean that it would be impossible for me to get a Gem B grade on the 92 that I plan on sending in. It would be impossible to even get an MS grade, is what you're saying, just based on me finding it in a roll. I'm going to disagree there because I can guarantee you that people can pull gradable stuff they would not only get MS, but Gem BU MS. Because Gem BU is supposed to be 65 and up. BU is 60 to 64, 65 to 70 is Gem BU. And I've not only seen people pull out Kennedys that they get graded. I watched dude get a 65 out of his Kennedy. I think he might have got a 66, surprising as all hell. That coin table. He says that he didn't find many of them. He's only found 2 at a gradable level in 10 years. And he said he's not going to send any more in. Well, how so? How is MS and BU different? I'm interested on how on that one. Because I understand brilliant uncirculated, but what determines if I jumped positioning in where it was found shouldn't matter on if it was BU or not. I mean, its condition, it itself should, not where it was. It's like you can't judge an engine by its paint job. You know, I mean, how are they going to know that the grader's going to know that I found it in a circulated roll unless I tell them? So BU to you is solely OBW rolls. That's it. That is what dictates BU or a min set. I take it. If it's found anywhere else, no matter what it looks like, it is not BU in your eyes. And I find that weird. Super weird.
You see, I've been told two different ways. The way you're saying it, Stern, and the way Midnight has. That's why I can't make an opinion because I've heard equally well the same defense or the same argument.
See, and it took me 3 months to realize that there isn't a uncirculated versus circulated line. It's not like, because I thought the same thing. I thought there was a line you crossed, and once that penny crossed that line, no matter what, it was circulated.
And I thought
And then
circulating means that I'm sorry, that you pop
and then after,
it goes to the bank, goes to the store, that's uncirculated. But if you get it from the bank that's delivered from the mint, it goes straight to your roll to cashier to you. I thought that was uncirculated, but now I've heard both sides of the story. So I'm not sure if mint state means it comes directly from the bank and nobody in between the bank. I'm sorry, between the mint and you, that makes it really uncirculated. But then if it comes straight from the mint, then it's uncirculated. I mean, it's mint state.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that if it's in original bank or mint set, it's BU uncirculated, and if it's found anywhere else, it's automatically a circulated coin. Without even looking at the coin, only based on where it was found. You wouldn't even have to have your eyes open. Just based on where it was found, not looking at it, not BU. Even if it was like the most brilliant ass looking thing you've ever seen, just based on it being in that role, it would not be BU. And I think that is a weird thing.
Determination.
Yeah, I think it's just weird to me. That's all.
Yeah, I see. I'm confused when I've heard the same thing you said. Other people say the same thing, and when Midnight says, I have to agree with him too because I've heard it from other people. So, matter of fact, remember we were talking about it being more of an opinion.
Yeah.
Here's a good statement of you guys are being right for the same thing that I hear, who are people who I think are in better authority than I am, and you guys know more than I do. I'm going, geez, well, then the person who grades this could be the one who says, I stamp it MS or BU or right.
Well, I just think it's weird that it's predetermining something's grade and everything before even looking at it, just based on where it came from.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, that's why I find it weird. Predetermining that it is not worthy just based on where you found it, even before you even open an eye and look at it, just because I think that is one thing I don't get my mind around. I guess.
You know, that's one question I want to send to the Q&A panel on Thursday, because I usually listen to them. Because Paula is pretty different than Shay from Mantic Coins, Chris, Ken Peavy, and I think sometimes Coin Dragon's there, or who's the other one? Oh, Blues Coins.
Yeah, Frank's really good. Coin Dragon. I like Shay a lot. Ken's always hilarious and fucking funny.
Oh yeah,
funny.
It makes me laugh.
Paula doesn't like me very much, I don't think. Because you get that weird feeling from Paula. But Shay's helped me actually quite a bit recently, because I send a lot of emails to the Q&A, and I tell them not to. On some of them, I don't tell them to put on the Q&A. I tell them not to, because sometimes I just want back and forth with somebody, and I don't know anybody in my state or on a personal basis that I can just message and ask questions and show stuff to. So I use the Q&A, and I hope that Shay replies. I'm like, hey Shay, look at this. It's $50. Reply to me today.
I value both you guys' opinion, because the validity of what you're saying is true. And what Midnight, I mean, he's helped me a few times with RPM a long time ago with Melissa one time, and we're talking. And so I can understand his point of view, and I can understand yours. Because you know why? This argument And what I'm saying, like in lawyer talk, and the argument is presenting facts on both sides, are the same thing I'm heard from other people.
Yeah.
So there's I mean, not the coin community, but powers that do the judging, they should dictate more about how that is, should that way it's more of a settle. But I think they like the controversy because I've heard people say the same thing. I think Midnight's correct, and I think you're correct. Only because I can't make up my mind, or I haven't heard enough evidence to say, okay, I'm making it. But I I don't know. It's just odd that it should be easier to determine. You probably get the definition of it. I mean, anywhere ourselves, but
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand the definition of a circulating versus circulating,
right,
obviously, but it's the predetermining part of it that I
right.
find an impossibility.
Yeah, I am no expert to say. I just question, both sides to see, where we land after this.
Yeah. I'm so thirsty. I will be right back.
Go ahead. Midnight, you still there?
Yeah, go back.
I guess Midnight's not there. He hasn't answered yet.
Yeah, I thought so too. I figured he would have said something a little bit ago. Either that or he's busy away from the phone, but it's still on because I do that very often where I put it on something and I'll just go start cleaning or something and I'll hear every word, but I'm too far away from the phone to touch it.
I do the same thing at times. Besides, my wife just got herself a piece of cake. It looks good.
How many people are watching supposedly?
I see 3.
Oh.
You and I? Oh, I don't
I'm not going to be counted as one of them because
You're on the panel.
I don't have YouTube up on anything right now, actually, or I don't have this
I have
chat.
YouTube up too. Let me see.
I have YouTube up on a blank screen.
On the YouTube side, I have still 3.
Okay. How's it going, fellas and ladies and whoever's looking?
Yeah, I was wondering about all these pings I got here. If I'm just wasting my time, but I think I'm getting more value out of it. Just the idea of doing something.
Yeah, I don't think that any of this is a waste of time. I have a collecting issue. I have about 1,000 movies to my left and behind me. I got probably 40 bobbleheads just because they're superhero related. I got a shit ton of comics. I have a collecting issue. I probably have 80 hats just because I get them when I go to hockey games and shit. I decided to start collecting money last year. And I don't think that is a bad idea no matter what. In no way, shape, or form could that ever be a bad idea. I'm turning money into money I don't like to spend. For me, that is a genius idea.
Well, you know, I would have to agree with you there because I've got over there. Remember, I told you I have $6 of pennies.
Yeah, you have over $100
Yeah,
that you don't want to spend now.
yeah.
Bam. And the more you find that you want to keep, the more money you obligate yourself to save. And the more money you have at that point, the bigger items you get, the more money that in turn makes you save.
And I could not save $5 a week if it killed me.
I couldn't either. And now you look at me, I probably have $50 face value in dimes, which is a good amount of money if I in melt value and whatnot. And that's just in dimes. I probably have 4 pages of quarters. I have a page of walking liberties, which are all it's a good amount of money that I've been able to accumulate without even thinking about it. The Morgans that are 60 to 80 bucks a piece without even being graded, and if graded, worth way more than that. Yeah, I've been able to save a couple $1,000s over the past year by turning it into money I don't want to spend, and that doesn't even include varieties. I mean, just by melt value, I probably have a good chunk that I've been able to really save. And I couldn't. I was a paycheck to paycheck my entire life, and I'm still paycheck to paycheck. But I have cushion now, where
Well,
my entire life before I never had cushion.
Midnight says it's not here. Let me put it up so I can see it better because I can't see the small print. So I'm gonna show his comment.
Oh, I can see chat. I went to the desktop
It's not a
so I
bad.
can see.
No, I can't. No, I can't read it. It's not a bad thing that you have a reasonable expectations of what you'll find. Yep, that's true. Very true. But you know, the only reason I got back into this is because the winter came around again, and it was it's too wet or too cold to do something, and I didn't have the energy or even the motivation to do something. So this is one way that it gets me. Okay, I've been sitting here for 4 hours. It's time to do something, and I get up and do it. So that's the second benefit for me.
This keeps me from going insane. Is the reason why I do it. Where I am and how everything went down with the appendix almost killing me, and I everything where the life went when my brother died a couple years ago, and just the downward spiral that it has been since.
Yeah.
Well, when I got screwed over in a relationship right after all that, which kind of left me a little volatile, not suicidal volatile, because I'm never like that, but just uneasy and short tempered and edgy, and I was uncomfortable with being alone. I relied on other people for happiness, and I was uncomfortable in silence with myself. I quit listening to music for like a year, which is a terrible idea. Don't ever do that.
Yeah.
Coins let me be comfortable with myself and not care to talk to anybody for a month, or well, it turns out like 6 months. I can not say a word for days at a time and be okay with that. And I had shit that didn't happen until this year.
Midnight. Why did you get into coin collecting? Or how did you get started in coin collecting, Midnight?
So I got started on New Year's Eve last year. The chick who I'd never met, but I was friends with on Facebook, who's absolutely beautiful, was a bartender at this place called Rusty's. And I don't message women on Facebook because, well, guys are turds and they expect you to be a dick every time you do anything. So I don't message anybody, let alone women. But she was like, "Oh, it's boring as hell. Nobody's here at the bar. Come down and have a drink." But she just did a mass post on her feed. It's like, you know what? I'll do it. I'm gonna show up. So I showed up, and she recognized me from my profile, I guess, and we just started bullshitting and talking. I ended up going back to her house with a group of us who played Yahtzee, and one of the dudes that came over was a Star Note collector. And everybody had their money. He walked around the table. He's like, "All right, let me see your bills." and everybody knew the routine already. Like everybody pulled out their ones and gave them to him. He sifted through them, pulled out one, gave him one back, and traded him out if he found something worth it. And I was like, "What the f are you doing?" He was like, "Oh, you've never heard about Star Notes?" And he told me about mycurrencycollection.com and fancy serial numbers and how he makes a couple grand a year extra just by putting money that he finds on eBay for more money than face value just because of the serial number it has. So I was like, all right, cool. I went home the next day, put on YouTube for the first time, I think in 3 years. I was the first time I put on YouTube, and typed in fancy serial numbers, and it popped up Kyle with Variety and Errors first, which is the sister to CoinOp. Yeah, Kyle and Dustin made CoinOp and Variety and Errors. But he did one episode about the fancy serial numbers, and then the very next show was Rob finds treasure. And that's how I got into coin collecting, because it was one of it was a clickbait episode too. I think I watched one of Rob's penny hunts, and then it went straight to Couch Collectibles for like the clickbait episode where it's, you can find this $136,000 coin in your pocket change, and I was out. What?
Yeah, like those kind of sales.
You gotta be high. But yeah, no. Somebody found another 69 this year.
69 what?
S double die.
Ooh.
Yeah, one of Dustin's last 3 videos, he talks about it where he found it last year. I'm sorry. The dude found it in 2017 in April, or 2019 in April.
It's funny. Midnight. My dad started his coin collection when he was a kid, and he did it all through. He would check his change once in a while. It wasn't a very consistent thing. It's just that he had these Walking Liberties, he had these Benjamins, he had a bunch of Barbers, Mercury Dimes, a lot of Lincoln pennies, and that's how I started.
My grandparents used to have a change jar in their living room, and all year from January till like a week before Christmas, that was where they would put all of their change. And then I would be able to go, whenever I went over to their house, I'd throw down a towel in the living room and I would count all the change because I knew that was going to be my Christmas present. However much change they accumulated throughout the year was going to be what I was going to get from them for Christmas. So I loved it. So I'd go over there and I'd count all the change and I'd separate it all and I'd count it all up. But I never ever knew about varieties, errors, double dies, any of it. I didn't even know Merc dimes existed until this year. And then my grandparents moved to Mexico when I was a teenager, so I lost that as soon as I was able to recollect, and learn stuff.
Right.
But I was at a park one time and I found a peace dollar in a sand park, like just in the gravel. And I had that without even knowing what it was. I thought it was worth. I was one of those people who thought he found himself like a $50,000 coin just because it was from 1920 and looked old as hell. But I had it in my safe for probably 8 years before somebody stole my safe. Like carried my safe.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it was locked. Yeah, it sucked. From what I heard a couple years later, they never got into it, and it's sitting in a lake behind Kmart over here in Colorado.
You know where it's at?
Okay, yeah, I do actually. I don't know what part of the lake they threw it in, but if I do trust the source, yeah, I think it's still in the lake behind Kmart, like a mile and a half from where I'm living right now. Because they couldn't get into it because it was a legit fire safe. It was a good safe. It took 2 people to carry it, I'm sure.
Okay, found a 1970s.
You're gonna have to make yourself larger and maybe zoom in slightly if.
Okay.
It's a large date for sure.
Okay.
But this is, I look at these. So if you have the 7, your horizontal bar, there's a lot of the double dies have a line either below the horizontal line of the 7 or right above it.
Do it like
Not
this?
not necessarily a split serif or anything, but just right above it, you'll see a little line, or right below it, you'll see an extra line. And there's also one where around the 0 or inside the 0, you'll notice things. Chuck just found one recently where he found, and I didn't know about that one, where he saw like half of a circle inside the O, and it was just like the top little piece. But there is at least 30 double dies for the 1970.
Do you see anything on the outside of the curvature as it comes to the back on the west side of the S underneath it a little bit?
Yes, but you're going to have to look at the Variety Vista mid-mark style page and see if that was how it looks. Because the 74 punch, it's I just learned about the RPMP. Have you ever heard of that one?
No.
It's repunch mid-mark punch.
No, it's nothing there.
So for the half dollars and quarters from 73 or 74 all the way until 77, I want to say, the punch that they used to put the mint mark on was doubled. It itself was doubled. So every single quarter and half that has that style mint mark for those years has a doubled mint mark punch instead of a doubled mint mark. And they look doubled as hell. But it's exactly how it's supposed to be, I guess.
No, I see superficial damage like a scrape, but do you see above the S on the top where the serif's at? Do you see a little bit of a...
Yeah, I can't tell if it's shelf like or not, though, from what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
That's an easier one to look at, the repunch mint marks for 1970S. Because its position with the 9 and the 7 will eliminate a whole lot of them because it's going to be exactly that spot.
I'm going to take a look at it. I'm going to put that to a side and look at it closer when I have a little more time.
Yes, I advise you put all of your 70S in its own spot anyway, because that's my favorite thing to look for.
You know, I've got a tray, and I have only S's in that tray, all the 70s.
I'm saying there's at least 30, and that's not very many, I know. When you're talking like the 1960 that's sitting at 258, or what is that, the 59? Yeah, the 59's at 250 something RPMs or some shit. And the 60's probably not far behind it. And what, the 09 double die reverse has 100, probably more than 200 DDRs now.
Wow.
Yeah, for the Lincoln log. I don't know how many, but I know it's quite a few. Like quite a few. I like the listings that have 12 or 5. I hate computer research.
Yeah, I keep all my 70s separate, S's especially.
Yeah. I keep my 70S separate always. It's been good to me, and it's my favorite. I've learned that I do not like 72s. For some reason, the 2, I don't enjoy looking for the doubles, and I hate the master doubling on the 72s. Even though it has the really expensive and really cool looking double die in it, I would prefer a 70S roll over a 72 Philly roll every day of the week. Every day of the week, I would prefer it. And I know that's weird, but I would.
Well, I won't say it's weird. Preference, more like it.
Yeah, it's everybody loves them 72s, and I understand why, but for some reason I dislike them very strong. I still separate and save them, of course, but
Midnight says
I,
that I don't even bother looking for ones like that.
oh, you know me. I don't look at the Lincoln log. No. I personally don't really look for the 60Ds either. I do a quick scope to see if I have the large over small or the RPM 1 or a couple of, there's a few really good ones on the RPMs for the 60D. But other than that, I hate computer work, and I will not give myself that migraine.
I'll give him something to watch.
But I have recently decided that bank boxes are not the way to go. Bank bags are the way to go.
Yeah, but you also pay a premium. Oh, you mean bank bags? I thought you meant like bags that you buy like from a dealer or something.
Getting bank bags or mint bags. There used to be mint bags. You could get a mint sealed bag of one date. I don't know if you can do that anymore. But you used to be able to get like a bag of 70s or a bag of 82s or like China's bags and stuff, and they were all one date. Right now, Robert Lawson has a mint sealed bag of 1970s, and I want it really bad. But it's probably buku expensive. It's a big bag.
Well,
I want it so bad though.
What's his name? Michael Kill says that his LCS he allows him to buy 5,000 pennies, $50 bags of pennies, and they're all mixed. And he went through one bag, I think about a few months ago, and he went through 5,000 pennies, and he found quite a bit.
Yeah, and he does it. His LCS has a coin counter machine. All right, so instead of, it's basically like he goes straight to Loomis and grabs them before they roll them up. Is basically what he does, because his LCS is basically like a free Coinstar, is what he was saying.
One time I went to the bank, and there was a guy that is on the side of his van says something vending, and I haven't seen him again, but he had bags and bags of nothing but coins, and he had 3 large bags. And I coin collect. I was wondering if you let me buy all your quarters, and I didn't.
Just look up Canteen, look up Sodexo, and look up Centerplate. Those are the only 3.
Do they allow you to usually
or Keepy?
Because I've seen independent guys, and they do their own deposit bank, and sometimes.
I worked for who they bought their candy from. I worked for their supplier. I worked for Vistar. It was a candy theater distribution center. So it was, I sold, or I would build orders of the 70-pound cases of Snickers and the giant stuff. And Canteen would order pallets of M&Ms and stuff, and then they would disperse it to their vendors to go refill the machines. But yeah, we had everything from mom and pop vendors to the biggest ones like the Sodexo and Canteen and stuff, and hospitality, which is all the hotels and the AMCs and all that stuff. Yeah, Vistar is the company I worked for. But yeah, they were a ready-to-eat whole food distribution center.
Because where's the other place that I went to? A lot of the hospitals, especially like the VA hospitals, when they have their snack center, they have these vending machines that change $5 into $5 and quarters. And one time, I put in $10, and I found some coins that I didn't have in my state book, and I was able to put it in there.
I go to the bar down the street sometimes because it has one of those coin pushers, the quarter pushers. And right outside the door, there's a car wash. So I go and I'll put 10 in it, and I'll get fucking 10 out of the car wash, and then I'll go in and I'll get a beer, and I'll play the coin pusher. And every time I'm in there, there's always whatever the new quarter style is. There's an abundance of them. So there's like when River of No Return was out and the W Hunt was on, I looked down and like the whole platform was River of No Return. So I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna find one.
Do you know also
I've never found a W.
laundromats?
What?
Laundromats?
Oh yeah, no, there's not many of those out here anymore.
Oh, really?
Now, yeah, because everything's an apartment now, and apartments have their own either laundry room or in apartment washer dryer.
Oh no, not here.
I only know of 2 laundromats actually in this town. One is, and they're actually kind of far away even. But I know that every apartment complex has at least a room of them, an extra room of them, or yeah, no, every clubhouse, yeah. Because I installed I did appliance factory for multifamily homes, so apartments for a couple of years.
Well, I next time I see that guy in front of my bank, I'm gonna stop and ask him. You know, I'll count his bag for him, whatever, and I'll go for him. Just go through that bag. Those 3 bags he had.
Well, and he's not going to have any copper, so it's easy to count. It's easier to count.
It's all silver. It's all clad.
Yeah, it's all going to be clad. Yeah, all of it.
Yeah, because I don't see them putting bags in there.
I found my first Steely at a Coinstar yesterday. Did I tell you that? The day
No,
before yesterday. Yeah, the first Steely I've ever found in the wild. I found at a Coinstar. Yeah, I've never found a steel before. I mean, I've bought all mine.
Oh, you
not much money.
I got a whole roll of Steelies because I'm sorry, not Coin. Scent Hoarder sent me a whole roll.
Yeah, me and him are in conversations at the moment because he's got some goodies that he sent me pictures of, and that B hole, he's going to end up getting one of my really good varieties because I want some of those. I want what he's got, and I know he wants what I got because he tells me all the time. He's going to end up getting one of them.
He's on. He's always on Facebook. Or he leaves it on, or he talks.
Yeah, he's on Instagram a lot too because I'm in Facebook jail for. I don't even know. It's been a month or so.
He just got off 3 minutes ago. He got off 3 minutes ago. Darn it.
Yeah, he messaged me on Instagram earlier again today. He probably did again. He probably did. Hold on. That's probably what that notification is on the top of my screen. Oh, no, wasn't him. Okay. Oh, Easy Coin Hunter followed me now.
You got my email? I didn't check to see my email. If you got my email last night. Let's see my email.
I'm not good at looking at the 71s either. But they have an expensive ass double die in there as well.
I don't know. My son-in-law, he's my daughter's boyfriend. I don't see how he does. He's into sports big time, and there hasn't been any sports. He's into sports a lot.
So he's probably freaking out.
Yeah, he's freaking out now.
Watching the fishing channel like it's gold.
Oh, I don't know if I could do that myself.
Oh, I love the fishing channel.
Do you really?
Mark Zimmerman in the World's Greatest Fishing Show is absolutely effing hilarious, and I love it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love that show. And I love to fish, and the skill involved to bass fish with.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, because they're picky fish.
I just can't. I can go saltwater fish. I mean, just drop the line 300 yards down and bring it back up. It takes a long time. It's good exercise for my arms. But
it's scary though. We hooked a shark one year, and that was like we hooked a big old bull shark. That sucked. Because then you gotta You got to gaff and de-hook the shark because you don't want to leave the hook in his mouth. But you don't want to gaff him too much to where he's super injured and bloody. And it's a terrible thing. It's a freaky situation. Yeah, and then you're dealing with a shark, mind you.
Yeah. I've seen that too many times.
So, yeah, and it is, and marlin is creepier. The stories and the clips of them diving in the boat with their like
spear.
The 800-pound swordfish diving into the boat, sword first.
Yeah, I saw. I heard in La Paz. I hear stories, but I'm not sure that some pretty wild fish stories. But in La Paz and the bottom end of Baja California in Mexico.
That's where I'm talking about. That's where I go. Okay. Yeah, Quino Bay, Baja de Quino, California. Yeah, 4 hours west of Hermosillo.
I had never been that far south. I've been in Baja, but I never that far south.
Dude, it's cool. It's super cool out there. So many uninhabited little islands right off the port. It's so cool. You literally you can take a rowboat and go to an island that you're the only soul on it, and it only takes you like 4 minutes to row there. It's cool as hell. And it's beautiful. And there's ironwood workers everywhere. Every place is all about seafood. God, I haven't been there in a few years. I need to go back. That's where my grandparents live.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They live right off they're beach adjacent. They're 2 blocks from the beach because they didn't want to deal with a hurricane if it were to come up. So they live a few blocks from the beach down in Quino Bay. They retired and moved out there 10, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that.
A lot of Americans go down there.
Yeah, they have the passport to where they have to leave for so many months a year.
Mm-hmm.
So they're out there for 9 months, and then they come up to Arizona and live in like pretty close to Tucson, Arizona for the other 3 months.
Was that Kingman?
Huh?
Kingman?
No, I don't think it's Kingman. It's no, it's not Kingman. It's not Phoenix. It's not Tucson. It's not Flagstaff.
Scottsdale?
Yes.
My brother-in-law lives there.
Yeah, that would be the one. I know it's either a Dale or a Ington at the end.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I hear it's nice and it doesn't get as hot as Phoenix,
Right.
Which is cool.
It's a little more in the mountains.
Yeah, which is for me that's super necessary because I'm Colorado native, man. I don't know how much I would enjoy not having mountains around me. Living in a flat state, I would it would hurt my soul.
I'm the opposite. I'm a flat bottom dweller.
Yeah, being at sea level, I can't do it. The humidity, what is that? I don't even know what that is.
Humidity?
We have negative humidity here in Colorado. Your lips crack and bleed 10 months a year.
Ours is about in the real hot weather, anywhere from I'd say 5 to 10% to 24.
No, we get like 0. It's seriously zero humidity most of the time. Like, negative. In the winter, it gets so dry that you can't even grow plants indoors anymore because it's. I tried to grow mushrooms one winter, and they don't even have enough moisture in the air to grow even when they want to. I had a terrarium like cloud maker for lizards in there with them. Like it would turn their tub into 90% humidity, and unless I had it constantly running, they would dry out within days.
It's funny you say that because there's a guy that I don't know if you know what hardpan is. It's almost like a cross between iron phosphate, iron ore, but the real crumbly part of it, and limestone mixed together. But it's really hard packed, and you have to chill it out in order to get it out of your ground. But there's a guy by the name of Forstier. He was a Portuguese guy. He built his home in the ground, and all year long, it's in the 70s in his house. even winter.
That's cool as hell.
That's really nice. Really, really cool.
So my favorite documentary ever made is called Alone in the Wilderness
Yeah, you told me to watch that.
with Dick Prenneke. Yeah,
Yeah.
in his early 50s, he decides he's going to go to Twin Lakes, Alaska, and build a cabin from scratch and live in it for 40 years. So he does. He builds one cabin, and then builds another cabin, and then builds a 10-foot off the ground food cache mini cabin that he does this all with nothing but hand tools, no power tools. He does everything with a wind-up camera, narrates it all himself, and he lives there by himself. He does everything 100% alone. He takes up tool heads and whittles the handles, and then puts his own tools together, sharpens his tools every single night, gets the moss for the roof. The only thing he uses that was modern is black lining for the roof to help keep the rain out. He put one layer of the black tarp, tar roofing, and that was it. And then he goes and he cuts off sections of like 3-foot deep moss that he finds all over, and he puts that on top. And yeah, dude, it is the coolest, like, off the grid, real man documentary that you'll ever see.
I wonder what Midnight Silver Run is doing. Probably working on his coins or something.
Which I need to start doing.
We started an hour and 46 minutes ago.
I know. I got the notification when you popped on this time, so I jumped in right away.
And I don't mind. It's just three of us, two of us. I mean, this is good. I mean, it gives me a chance to really hold on to some stuff. I'm weighing my coins. I'm separating my what do you call it? My zinc coins. I'm gonna send that to the bank. I got them boxed up. I've got all my coins according to mint, mark, and year. I got the 80s done, the 70s done. Now I'm starting to work on the 60s. Yeah.
When you're not streaming, do you have a YouTube channel with information about certain varieties or anything going on in the background?
Mm.
Do you? You don't? You need to start doing that, Mr. Hector.
Oh no, you mean in my channel I have a whole bunch of
when you're not on a channel or streaming, when you're going through your coins by yourself, do you have a reference list playing in the background?
Oh yeah, I have Variety Vista, I have Konica, I have
no videos. Play a YouTube video.
Yeah. I got them all saved.
Good.
I saved them all.
Because the repetitive beating it into your brain is truly everything.
I look up all the short videos that Ken Pavey and Blues Coins, and whenever they have, and they talk about coins about a certain subject on a very detailed subject or item, I save them.
And I will still always bring up the WNN. World Numismatic News.
Oh yeah, I like his. He was one of the first ones I subscribed to.
Yeah, he changed. I ridiculed him one time on how he does his lists, or how he used to, because he would do 3 coins, 3 penny varieties, and it would be 1955, 1972, 1993.
I think we wrote down a 2. Wrote down a 2. That's okay.
Yeah, so he would do 3 years in random ass order with no real rhyme or reason on why he was doing them that way. So I was all, bro, you know how hard it is to search stuff when you do 3 years and they're all 3 different decades for no similarities of the 3. I was all, will you do them by decade? So he went through and he started with the 90s. So he did 90 through 99. And it's like a 10 to 15 minute episode of the most sought after, and then the ones that he feels are under respected. That's why I like him the most, is because he doesn't just talk about the most popular or the most sought after.
Right.
He also talks about the ones that are decently quality, but undervalued and he thinks need more attention. That is why I like him the most, is because of, well, I feel that this deserves more attention, so I'm putting it on this list. And that I cannot tell him how much I appreciate that. But his 70 through 79 list and the CoinHelpU 70 through 79 list is a really important one to watch a lot.
Yeah, I watch. I sometimes I rewatch them. Like right now,
I rewatch them.
like I did right now, the 82s, the large date, small date, zinc and copper differences. I went to it twice or three times before I started separating them again.
Oh, and he does a video specifically for 71 and specifically for 72. And it does all of the 71 varieties that PCGS will attribute. And then he does the same with
I haven't
72.
seen that one yet.
Yeah, he does. He lists, and there's 9 or 11 of them, bro. There's 9 or 11 different varieties for the 71 Philly that PCGS will attribute. And he goes through them all and he breaks them all down. And then that's the whole episode. And he does one for 71 and one for 72. And Dustin has a few like that as well. He has one for
Back up to 3.
huh? Oh, hey, what's up, new guy? New person?
Glad you came in. Come and say hello, please.
It's true. Hector is tired of hearing me talk.
No, I'm not. Not yet.
I'm joking.
Not yet. 63. Ooh, 69 plane. You know, I should stop you saying 69 plane. That's what I used to say when I was a kid. You know, my dad, here's 69 instead of saying 69 Philadelphia. But that's the way he talked to me, and that's how I talked back to him. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. In 1 year, I lost my dad, lost my mother-in-law 15 days before, and 8 months later, my brother passed away.
So yeah, in 1 year, 5-year relationship ended on my birthday in January.
That's not cool.
Yeah, then I ended up having to kick her out of the house that I let her live. I let her live with me still in the spare bedroom until she would, instead of using her bathroom, which was in between the rooms, she would walk into my room, go to the master bathroom, and like rinse off and do her, like wash off her makeup at like 3:30 in the morning after going on dates when I had work at 5 a.m.
That's not cool.
And I think the third time she walked into my room, like she had to open my door to get in my room after this, and we're not even on speaking terms. I laid there and I was making this move, so I just started yelling. So, you're coming here after fucking.
I mean, did you do it on purpose, or did you quit doing that?
Oh no! It was the first time I think she thought she was quiet enough to where I was sleeping the first 2 times. Because she wasn't like stealing nothing. I think she was just accustomed to using that sacred. I shit you not. There was no real reason for her to be in there.
No one gets to the bathroom.
She has to walk past the bathroom to get to my door from her room where she was sleeping.
She was doing it, but
walk past you. Yeah, so I was there and I didn't even get up. I was just like, you're coming here after going on a fucking day. I don't even care who it was, where you were, what you're doing. I don't care if you were naked. This is a volatile situation, and you're gonna need to get out of my house. I will have your shit packed in the garage tomorrow, and it will be open, and I will be it flew up. And she sat there quietly for like a half-hour rant.
Oh, dang.
And then I went quiet. And I was like, "Did you hear a fucking word I said, girl?" And she was like, "Yeah, I heard every word." And I said, "Oh, so you have nothing to say?" So I'm 100% right. Get the fuck out of my house now. Just pointed at the girl. I was like, "You don't have till the morning. I need you to go. You have no right to be here." So she took my Jeep. She ended up taking my Jeep. I lost that to her. That. And then both my cars broke down. Wes died. My brother died after work. The last thing I said to him was, "I'll see you tomorrow, buddy." And then his ex-wife called me in the morning. And then and he worked with me as well. So I took a grievance.
Mm-hmm.
The day I came back from the grievance, they gave me a random UA form, and I was like, "Here, you guys can." I was like, my brother just died. He worked here. You know this. And I just came back from a 2-week grievance period in Colorado where weed is legal. And you hand me a UA form thinking I'm going to pass that. I was like, what kind of fucked up joke is this? So you know. So, well, either we can go and you can take the test and we can see where it lies, and we can shake hands now. And I was like, dude, thanks for 10 years of service. I've been there 10 years. I went all the way from temp to supervisor and then back down because I didn't appreciate the management. And so I was like, all right, cool. So then I lost my job. Both my cars broke down. Wes died, lost my relationship. And then my landlord informed me that they weren't going to renew the lease for me because Wes was going to be my roommate. He was going to move in. So then I lost my house.
Jeez.
And that was all from January to May of 2016. That was a 4-month period. 2 cars broke down, 1 car taken by the ex leaving, Wes dying, lost my job, lost my house. There's probably some more things. I was probably sick or something. I don't even know. It was a bad country song. Yeah, that was just the one. Since then, none have been that bad, but they've been,
Yeah, small events.
a little less horrible every year, I guess.
Well,
and I've had my car stolen on my birthday 2 times, separate cities, 4 years apart, and separate cars. Tell me how much sense that makes.
you want to know? It's funny. I lost my job on May 4th. 3 years the day my dad passed away on May 4th.
May is not a good month for me either. Wes died on May 12th. My stepdad, who beat the shit out of me while he was around, died on May 18th. What else happened? There's something else that really big that happened to me. I'm glad I'm forgetting it right now. But yeah, May is not me.
And it seemed like the last 10. Well, you see, I took care of my dad got sick in 2006. And my mother wanted to sell the ranch and put my parents in a rest home. I said, there's no way. It's not going to happen. And so my sister and I stuck to our guns, and we were able to get mom and dad to stay in their house for, 2006. Dad passed away in 2018, so another 12 years. I don't think if he had been put in a home, he would live that long.
No, he would have lost his spirit and been gone in 3.
Yeah.
Because his spirit is everything. And when you're that age and they've already started to question homes, what keeps a person alive is humanity at that point. You institutionalize them. You watch eyes glaze over like animals in a zoo.
Yeah, I saw my dad every day for 12 years, and then my mother-in-law got sick, and she took care of her mom. So when I was going one direction, she was going the other. And we didn't realize at the time that we're working so hard and working full time and taking care of our parents that
no, you don't even think about it.
Yeah, it's just And then the week after we buried the week after we buried my dad, it was a month after we buried my mom-in-law. We're sitting on Friday night in the living room. We didn't eat dinner, and we're sitting in the dark. And we just sat there until we didn't even turn the lights on, and it got dark, and we just sat there. We didn't know what to do.
That's shock.
We did not know what to do. It was just like
when I got the phone call for Wes, I remember walking around in circles in my room for like a day. It's seriously like a day. I just walked around in circles because he wasn't dead yet. He had a stroke, so they were just trying to see what he could do. And then when I went to go see him, he ended up having another stroke. So he had killed both sides at that point. And so he was gone. They were just trying to convince the family. But I remember going home that day, and I went and I bought it was Wednesday on that. And so I went to the comic book store because every Wednesday we would go to comic book day, get a couple comics, would get mine, he would get his series. So I got mine, I got his. For when he woke up, and then like I realized he wasn't gonna wake up, and I was like, "Fuck, what do I do?" So then I went and I sat in an apartment parking lot that I'd never been to, and I sat there for like a day and a half in my car, just sitting there.
Wow.
Yeah, he was in every movie for
That
20
because I had arrangements for my dad to do, for the VA. He was a combat vet from World War II, and so I had to arrange his military funeral. And it was easy. It wasn't easy. It was all regimented. They all knew what to do. I just asked for a plot in the veterans plot. Which was free. And then by my mom was right next to his. And then the paperwork to get transferred to home, and then my brothers. That Saturday we went to go check out my brother-in-law, my dad's arrangements. My brothers wanted to go to the bank and see how much money was left in the bank, and they insisted for me to go. And I said, "You guys are cold-blooded. It's a Saturday after he dies, and you guys want to go over here and look for money."
That is fucked up. Yeah, Wes died on Mother's Day, and I was the last one to see him alive. So his mom had to throw a little bit of hate somewhere because she didn't get to see her boy to say goodbye, and he lived with her at the time.
Yeah.
So I ended up being the direction of that. So I didn't even get a picture of the dude for memory. They didn't have a funeral for him. I didn't get a single thing, and he's been my best friend since we were in diapers. We had an abusive babysitter at 1.5 is when we met and became friends, and had been best friends from 1.5 until the accident. But he was like every memory I had, he was in for legit 27 years. And I didn't get a single thing, not even a picture. And all of it's gone, and his parents moved out of state. His kid, his son's name is Bruce. His wife didn't like me very much, so I haven't been able to see Bruce in 2 years.
And it's funny because a year after my brother passed away, my dad's youngest sister passed away on the same day my brother did, a year apart. And I went to, they called us up and they said, we had seen her the weekend before she passed away. And so we were thinking, when do we go back and how are we going to do this? And because, funerals, 3 days, the wake and the rosary and then the mass, the burial. And because she was a nun, she was a religious nun. And so we were trying to figure out how, and then they called us up and said, "Hey, you guys can stay with us. We stayed at the convent." And I said, "Are you sure?" "Oh yeah." Man, they were so, how should I put this? They were so eager for us to be there. And I thought my brothers and sisters would show up, or her brother, the youngest one that's left of the family. I was the only one.
Yeah.
So they gave me all her stuff.
I remember when my stepdad died, there was like 5 people in the funeral, and the only person I knew that showed up was my kindergarten teacher. And because I was in kindergarten at that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she was the only person that I recognized to show up.
Wow.
She was a cool lady, Miss Cordova. She had a dance floor in her kindergarten room, and we used to get down.
That's cool. All my teachers were mostly sisters, well nuns, except for Mr. Dorado and Mrs. Coffee.
Oh, yeah, we had some.
And Mr. Brigetta, Mr. Dibdall. I wonder where those guys are.
Mr. Wozniak. Oh, my elementary school principal was playing basketball at the middle school with like the other teachers, and had a heart attack and died my 5th grade year.
Oh shoot!
Like during school hours. Holy shit! It was Mr. Rosa. He was like the coolest principal ever too.
Hmm.
But then we got Mr. Frank, and he was a pretty cool dude. I remember one of my better friends for a better part of 2 decades. He was a Mexican dude, and he was the new kid in school, and he thought he was thug life. And I guess I was decently popular because I was funny. So he walked up and just started slapping me because he
No.
wanted to assert dominance and bitch slapping, like not super hard, but just like what are you gonna do? And it's like, dude, if you slap me one more time, I'm gonna punch you in the face. And he slapped me again, so I hit him as hard as I possibly could at that age, and it spun him around, and he fell down, and then the principal walked around the corner, and he made us sit in the office and talk for the rest of the day instead of giving us referrals, which was like 4 hours. And he was my best friend for like 20 years after that. He was one of my amazing friends for about 20 years.
I see a friend of mine I've known since first grade, and my dad's youngest sister and his dad were good friends too.
Yeah, I'm hoping that I have a son here soon because he'll know Bruce. Because if I have a kid, he or she will know Bruce because Bruce is a spitting image of little Wesley, and he's cool as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bruce is cute. And my mom gonna have a son. If I have a son, he's gonna be named Clark, and I will win that argument with any relationship I'm ever in. And I've proven that with every relationship I had been in after making that decision so far.
Well, I've been married since 1981.
I've been engaged once, never married.
I've only been engaged once. But I'll tell you one thing: if I ever find myself single, I'm never going to remarry.
Oh no, I wouldn't. Once you'll spend too much time comparing and missing. And
well, not only that is the family mixture. The four families, into one.
Yeah, after that much time together, you can date, but you can't marry. I mean, that's how I feel about myself personally. I mean, I feel that I wouldn't because it would just be awkward.
No, you're right. You're right.
So I wouldn't mind dating. I could even date the same person, but I wouldn't put legit paperwork behind it at that point.
Yeah. I know women. Well, I can't say that for all women, but for women, I see them remarrying a lot easier than men do.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, no. Men feel things for a lot longer. That's a fact, actually. They did studies on that shit.
I've seen some older men, because when I was taking my dad to the hospital for his checkups or his appointments, I would meet a lot of guys that just lost their wives and they're in counseling or they're still in counseling from the war, and man, these guys are really, they needed and they talked to me like I was, well, where were you? I said, what branch were you serving in? I'm sorry, sir, but I didn't serve because I was too young for Vietnam, and I was too old for desert, whatever the other one was.
Yeah, but that's still not good enough. You're still a pansy to them.
Oh no! When they told me I was taking care of that for 12 years.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, I was good with them. Oh heck yeah! Then a few would say my dad would talk to him. Said, yeah, this is my boy. Yeah, here I'm 60-something years old, and he's calling me a boy. It was cool because I can see why he said that because my son's 6'2" and I don't know what he weighs, but he's not a small boy. And
I never had any of those kind of moments. I don't know anything about my dad other than his name, his height, and where he was born and where he's buried. I've never seen him. His family has ignored me forever. Like, I know what his parents' names are, and I found them on Facebook, but they won't reply.
You found his family?
Yeah, I found his parents. I know his parents' name. I can't call them because I don't know their number, so I Facebook messaged them because we're not friends, and they won't accept my friend request. They either delete it without reading it and then block me to where I can't send it anything, or they just leave it in purgatory because I've had 2 profiles due to somebody hacking me one time. Yeah, I know. He had a brother. I don't know if he's still alive, but he had a brother named Anthony, who lived in Arvada when I did like my in-depth research one night. But I don't know if he's still there. his parents moved to Goodland, Kansas. And I've gone through their friends list because they don't have it set to where only they can see, so I can see their friends. But I've gone through everybody trying to match and see where the family line is and who's related to who. It's difficult. Nobody has their family or their family members listed. So like, unless I pay a bunch of money into Ancestry, I hit my dead point where I can't do anymore.
Hey, sir,
I have my robot.
I have Ancestry, and I do my friends' family.
Yeah. My dad's name was Timothy Lee Huff.
Hold on. Let me write it down.
Yeah.
Let me get a picture.
I don't remember his birth date, and I know he died in 95.
Okay, hang on. His name, if you want his name again?
Timothy Lee Huff.
Timothy
Lee Huff.
H-U-F-F?
Yes, he was born in Honolulu.
Okay, Honolulu, Hawaii. Do you know
he was? I don't know his date of birth. I can't remember it. Just say I've only looked at it once or twice.
Give me a year.
It's got to be around 66 because that's how old my mom is. But okay. I don't know.
Okay, when you can't find somebody, genealogy and ancestry gives you 5 years less or 5 years above.
Oh, it'll be within that range for sure.
Okay,
my mom.
When did he pass away?
95 or 96, one of the two.
95.
I want to say
6.
I'm pretty sure 95 on that one though, because I think he died the same year my stepdad did, coincidentally, and my stepdad died in 95.
Okay. Do you know his mom's name?
Carol.
Do you know if you know her maiden name?
No.
Okay. Do you know the father's name? His father's name?
No, I don't. And I don't even know if that was his mom or, yeah, I don't know what side of the family that Carol and Jay.
Do you know where he died? What city?
Colorado for sure, but I don't know what city. I'm thinking.
That's
I would say Adams. The county would probably be either Federal Heights or Adams County, I would think.
Okay, I'll just put on Colorado. Do you know what? Did he serve in the service?
No. He was a druggie from what I heard.
Okay. Do you know if he went to high school in Honolulu?
No idea. I know nothing more. I know he was 6'1" potentially, and he wasn't heavy set. That's that you hit my extent. Other than his brother was named Anthony Huff. I don't know if that's even what he goes by still. I know that's what he was at one point. His mom's name is Carol. I can't remember I can't remember her husband's name. I can't remember Carol's husband's name. I don't know if it was his mom and the dad is his dad or vice versa. I don't know if he ever married or had any other kids. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know nothing. I don't know what he looks like. I think he's buried in Adams County. Or his
hold on. Adams County where?
Colorado.
Buried in Adams. Because I also have findagrave.com.
Yeah, I got kind of tipsy one night in an emotional state and did like some in-depth searching. And I think I made it as far as I legally and physically could without hacking into shit or spending buku bucks. And that was all the info I have gotten. I had a social for like a little bit, but I lost that notebook. Because it had his birthday, where he was born, his social, his death day, or his where he was buried, his brother's name and phone number. So I had his brother's phone number for one period of time, but he would never answer the phone, didn't have a voicemail set up. and wouldn't answer the damn phone. And I could never leave a voicemail. And it didn't have text message capabilities because it was a landline.
I'm
Yeah, I
logging.
tried.
I'm logging into right now.
Oh, you're good, man. I mean, if you go somewhere, if like you succeed, I'm gonna be excited and it's gonna be cool as hell. But if not, it's not gonna really hurt my feelings.
No, I'm just gonna try it. You know, there's no harm in trying.
Yeah, there's no harm in trying it. Either way, it's not like any emotion rides on this anymore. He's been gone my whole life, but 25 years is how long he's been passed away. He died at 29. He died when he was 29. That's how old he is. If you look back, he died in 95. However, 29 is before that. That's how old he was. Because I remember when I turned 30, I officially outlived him. I was older than he was when I turned 30, and that was a weird day. Because I always pictured him as an old man in my brain, and not somebody younger than me when I looked in the mirror. It was a weird self-realization day.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I'm logging in right now. Oh, I got a message here. I didn't know if you got it. $130, Johnny. I don't want Costco. This time I'm getting $130 for doing something, and I want to answer it. You sound like mechanical again. Like you're in a can. That's good. That's good. How's that?
No, you never sound like you're in a tin can. It's just me, turns out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys never sound bad. It's just me over and over and over. I've realized. Because that happened to me like 100 times last night with Scooby-Doo. Oh, we have a 53D over inverted D or horizontal D, one of the two. I don't have the notepad out for exact reference here. Because these are the ones that I doodled. I made a notebook and I sketched what the RPMs looked like.
Mm-hmm.
That way I didn't have to look up in my phone for Nichols and Roosevelt's. So I did the top 10 list from WNN, and I doodled what they looked like where to look for the extra stuff. Oh, this could be the D over S. That would be cool.
Okay.
There.
Still looking.
No, you're good. I put up another coin
Okay.
with an RPM that's super noticeable. Get in there. Where are you? Stop it. A success. So I'm pretty sure this is D over S. I'm pretty sure that's a Black Beauty, Betty, whatever they are.
A Black Beauty?
Yeah. It's a 59 that I'm pretty sure is not a proof. I guess it could be, but either way, it's super dark. It's super dark. And underneath his chin, it's like it looks gross because I don't know what the definition of pock marks are,
but that's just what I feel the need to call this because it looks like gator skin underneath his chin. You see this?
Actually, I got my screen on.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, then do you. You're helping me anyway.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody's in chat and can see that, if anybody knows if that is a part of the misannealed process, which I imagine it definitely could be, because it's just under his chin that has that mark, and everything else is normal, just a little dark. Kind of thick though. Might even have some doubling because that's some thick letters. But yeah, we got some steppage.
On the nickel?
Yeah, it's a really dirty flip, but yeah, I definitely have steppage. And it's a 59. But we have a contact mark that goes across like all of it, so it doesn't matter how many steps I have, it's still going to be a nay. But how big all these letters are sure is interesting. It's a cool color though. It's like I don't know, it's like a greenish yellow. It's pretty interesting. I'm gonna take it out of the little plastic because, well, I want to see what this really looks like. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, let me put you up high. Let me put you up on. Blow it up. Okay.
Well, so, and when I'm talking about the pockiness under his chin,
Mm-hmm.
you see that?
Let me take a look. Yeah, what is that?
It's his under neck. It's just his chin. It starts right in front of his lip a little bit, and then it goes just under his chin, and it looks like alligator skin. Like it looks like scales. It's like
But take a look also along his collar. There's like a wave going up along his collar.
Yeah. I have no idea what it is, but it's not a contact mark and it's not a scrape mark.
Yes,
Because he doesn't have contact marks anywhere.
History man, how are you?
And then the backside. There was some steps at one point. The really thick letters. But yeah, look down here where it's like greenish yellow. Oh wait, yeah, it doesn't show the right color. Never mind, you guys can't see color. But those are some huge letters. Oh, I don't know if you've seen. Am I showing you the 82 there? Where are you? Here it is. Here it is. And here it is.
Sorry to make you wait so long, history man. I was on a screen.
Oh.
Maybe he's not there now.
So can you see this? So the line going down the P.
Yep.
Yes, the loop of the P. The line going down the L.
But it looks complete at the bottom too.
The complete split in half on the U.
Yeah, I see that.
There you go. Now you can see a little better. Yeah, there's this line right here isn't the end of the U. It's the line going right down the middle. And then we'll go to the R. You can see that the inside right here,
Mm-hmm.
the loop on the outside. Now we'll go to that arm, PAL right in half, and we'll keep going to the B, where it's got a line here.
Yeah. And the R above it.
On the inside.
Well, I mean on the
And
B.
Yep, and we're going to see how the S starts here. And then we'll continue on.
That's interesting.
The N right here, the line goes straight down.
Yep.
And then we'll continue on, go to the M. The M does the same thing, down both, and comes up the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's where the doubling stops for the most part, I think. We have some awkward... Oh, no, I got a little bit of a divot in the A, I guess. Not near as much as the other side. But yeah, that's... Oh, and I think it starts again over here at the U in United. Yeah, right here with the N and U.
What
It
year?
starts to...
What's the year
This
on the
is-
nickel?
This is a 1982 proof nickel
Oh.
with nothing listed for doubling on it.
Interesting.
See?
Hi, history man.
How you doing,
They told
Hector? How
me
you doing,
that-
bud?
I'm doing well, thank you.
The Q&A told me it was dye deterioration, but let's zoom out one so you can see the E. It's hard to call that dye deterioration when...
Look at the front of the E at the middle.
Yeah, oh yeah. All the way down, the edge. And it's only blurry because I'm zoomed in that far. If I can go back a little bit. Yeah. And then it's all of it. The P very clearly throughout all of it. So we're going to make this clear. So we'll go back to the E. And I've actually zoomed in extra far on this here U. There's actually a third line that comes down here. It's not just the two.
Hector, I'll be right back. I got a phone call.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, that's an 82 proof nickel with nothing listed for DDRs of any sort at all, let alone this one. I have been told that this is dye deterioration, but I don't understand how this is considered dye deterioration, where it's split. I don't understand that one. There you go. Raise you just a wee bit. And then this N is super confusing. So there's anomaly 1. Here's anomaly 2. I showed you this, but I don't know if anybody's in chat. So this is a proof CHAG with the shooting star is what I've decided to call it.
Yeah, it's really weird shape.
Yeah, because it makes it look like a shooting star, especially if you go to like actual size. Look at how lopsided that is, considering it should look like this. And the one above it looks pretty normal as well. And there's the baby star. I got the one equal on the opposite side, all normal.
Hey, Stern.
Am I doing it again?
No, you're fine. It's just
Oh.
that your dad's name is Timothy Lee Huff, right?
Correct.
He was born on August 23rd, 1966 in Honolulu, Hawaii. He died
Yeah,
on the,
well, yes.
he died on the 14th of October, 1995.
I believe all of that thus far. That sounds exactly accurate.
I even
You
got
are
a marker.
yeah, that is that's
I got pictures.
sorry. I remembered pretty correctly, Jen.
Okay,
Because that was
let me tell you where he's buried.
what Adams County Cemetery.
He's buried in Thornton, Colorado,
Yep. Yes,
Adams
sir.
County,
Yes, that's exactly right.
and I got a picture of his grave.
Oh, yeah, the picture of the grave.
Yep,
It'd be cool if I get a picture of him.
I
I
got
would
that.
like to know what.
Hold on.
I'm the tallest stern in my family.
Which is
Huh?
how high? How tall?
I'm 6'3".
Okay. No, it's private. There's no. Okay, hold on. Let me find something else here.
Do whatever you got to do, man. I mean,
There's 3 sections of photos that are private. Hang on, let me see. I got a social security number.
and I knew I had that at one point. I don't know if that helps me with anything because I don't know if I ever did anything after having it because it never got anywhere with it. I don't think. Because I remember I told you I had a social, I had his death date, I had where he was born, I had his brother's name. I mean, I had some info.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have a high school yearbook that says Timothy Huff.
That's further than I've ever made it. I have never made it to see that because I have tried to see. I tried to look up yearbooks and shit. Like that was a front that I did pursue.
Okay, this says, did he ever live in Virginia?
Maybe I know he lived in Kansas, and I'm pretty sure Illinois was a place that was lived.
Well,
Just because there's
I
a lot
got-
of people that know his parents, his mom, or whatever that live in Illinois.
Mhm.
I know Goodland, Kansas is going to be something that pops up. I would assume. And if it's not Goodland, Kansas, it's definitely a Kansas. So, but yeah,
Well,
I know nothing. I don't know any of his life. I have no idea. I don't know how tall he was. I'm assuming 6'1". I think I have read it once that he was 6'1". I think. I think.
I'm trying to see. There's a picture of his grave. There's no picture of him on the grave, I think. It's too small of a print, but I could blow it up. Hang on.
It's turning blue.
No, there's no picture on it.
Nope. Yeah, I know. I've seen the grave. I mean, I haven't seen it personally because I have no real. It hasn't called to me or pushed me away or anything, but I just have no reason. So yeah, I've seen the grave in a picture. I know what his parents look like. I don't know what his brother looks like. Don't know what he looks like. Looked like. I'm pretty sure I heard somewhere down the line that he died from suicide.
Let's see. No, that's terrible. Let's see. Find obituaries. Let's see. No, there's no picture of the obituary. And there's none at the funeral home. Let's see.
Oh, I knew it wasn't going to be easy for you because I would have found it if it was easy.
Oh no, this is easier than I thought because I thought I wouldn't get a hit.
Oh, I knew you were gonna. I was like, because I've made it through everything you have so far. I've made it through.
Okay.
Because I even made it to where I got his brother's phone number and current address, but I was too afraid to go by at the time, and he
Mhm.
never answered the phone.
Yeah, the only thing it's showing me now is just his grave, his social security number, his place of interment. What else? Let's see. I have his social security number, and the other Huffs are not even his, so that can't be it. So I mean, Roy Huff, K Huff, A Huff, S Huff.
A Huff maybe because his brother was Anthony. He goes by Tony.
And these are all Timmy Huss. Kentucky yearbooks. Well, it says there's a Timothy Huff in Aurora, Colorado.
Well, Timothy Huff. Well, he
Timothy
did.
Huff, 16 years old.
Yeah, well, yeah. My dad is Pat. Yeah, he ain't the same one.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I got a picture of his high school yearbook, but I'm not sure what high school he went to. Do you know where he was living?
No, I know nothing.
Okay.
You officially have tapped my resources, Hector.
Hmm?
You've officially tapped my resources. I have no more info to give.
Well, there's other things. You can also check other things. See, this can't be it. I mean, if you can find out what high school he went to, I've got a picture of that person.
I mean, give me the name of the high school. Maybe he went to the same one as my mom, and I'll remember it because it's in my memory bank somewhere.
The name of the high school is called Hinckley High School.
Nope, different high school, I think, because that rings 0 bells to me.
Okay.
My mom, because I've looked in my mom's yearbook just because it was in a drawer in my room in like an extra shit bookcase one time, and I'm pretty absolutely positive that it was not named that. I want to say it was something along the lines of like Legacy or something. Yeah, why am I touching these without gloves? That's stupid. Is anybody in chat at the moment?
Let me check.
Sorry, I was half asking them and you, I guess.
There's only one watching.
Is it you?
Probably. Yeah, it's cool.
I bet Hoovy Hoov's over on Con.
Oh, she would have. Well, what time is it?
Because Condon's still going on that stream that's been on for like 3.5 days last.
Yeah.
When I was on there before I came on yours, and he was at there was Pat, Pluribus, Boosman, and somebody else that's up there a lot. I can't remember his name at the moment. It wasn't Starbuck. Somebody else.
Okay.
Yeah. What is this a jar of? Who knows?
Oh
Oh, you can stop whenever you want to as well.
no, no. I'm over here trying to figure out. Hey, there's Hoover. No, that's my name. See what I tell you, I can't read too well small letters. That was me.
You need these glasses. I broke mine, and they officially broke to where now the light won't turn on at all. So I need to get a new pair of these $20 glasses that have just like it's a little stronger than reading glass strength,
Mm-hmm.
but they have the LED lights going out each side when they're not broken. And they're amazing, bro. They are amazing. It makes it so much easier to see stuff. Oh, so this is half good stuff, half not good stuff. That sucks. I hate it when I do that.
You know, the one I can't find a lot of. I get a lot of Denver 2009s, but I hardly get any Philadelphias.
Yeah, I cannot help you with anything Philadelphia.
Yeah,
I do not see. I don't see anything Philadelphia. They pump out Denver stuff here in Denver like you wouldn't believe. Until it comes to the W quarters, and then they don't give us new anything. I was like, this $50 Mickey Holly used to live in Colorado. That's where they started their career.
I remember when they moved.
Yeah, I know. They're the ones who sucked dry all of my $50 from this side of town. That's why I've been through 15 boxes and found one 40%er, and that's it. I'm on a 13.
Philadelphia.
I'm on a 13 box skunk streak. It's unheard of.
$1998, Philadelphia. You know, here's another question too. Even if this coin was considered BU by us, and it was, let's say it was a 98 cam. I mean, a 98 wham.
Yeah.
And I'd send it in. It'd still be valuable, right?
Yes, because even if you found it in a circulated roll, it's all depends on how worn it was. Would be on what they called it. If there was no wear on it, and you don't see like flattening in the ear. I mean, how many marks do you have? Is the question. So you got a few in the front fields. You got a decent strike. He's got a really strong beard. Your backfields aren't. I would say if your reverse looks roughly the same without like a major distracting hit mark, it would potentially hit a low MS grade, but it would still be MS and not AU. How well is your of America struck? The O and the F.
strong.
Pretty well struck. Yeah, that would hit MS. That would hit an MS grade.
So now this is MS. Let's just say you and I agree that it's let's say an MS60.
Yeah.
Okay, but would we still call it a BU?
I was always what I've interpreted is that BU was MS was an MS was saying it's MS for sure, but it was a grade of MS to MS64 because Gem BU when they say it's a Gem BU, they guarantee it a 65 or higher grade. Like when the shopping networks and like old timers and coin shows, they say they guarantee it's a Gem BU. They're saying that they put their reputation on it grading a 65. And I learned that from Chuck. Chuck is the one who told me that bit of info that I just relayed.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I believe it is, because it came from Chuck Daughtry. And I might be off by a point. It could be 60 to 63 is BU and 64 and up is Gem BU. That could be what it means, but I'm pretty sure it's the 65 and up, because 65 is a tougher grade to get, and Gem BU coins aren't a dime a dozen. They're decently rare. Not every coin is struck at a Gem BU grade. That's what a lot of people don't know, is not every coin that comes off the press will even hit a MS70. So it's not like they're dispersing thousands of perfect coins and then they're all just damaged along the way. They're producing 80%, 90% mediocre coins. Maybe 10% are pretty flawless when they come out, but then they fall into a bag and have other coins fall on them and then travel to a rolling facility and then get thrown in a machine that throws them in a roll.
Right.
So the chances of them staying that perfect through that process on the some odd percent that even exists anyway is even smaller. And that's why it's even harder for like the Ikes and the big dollars, because that amount of room to have that amount of weight to bounce around with those heavy ass things for that little amount of time, no way.
Wow, there's nobody in the room now.
We showed coins.
It's okay.
I talked about coins even.
Yeah.
Me and Midnight even had a little tiff over it. I couldn't call it an argument, but it was a tiff.
There must have been somebody online right now.
Yeah, it's Kanan. Either that or Kanan went to sleep and then Busman took over, or E took over because he needs the watch time.
Yeah. Well, somebody came back. It might be History Man.
Oh, these ones were good.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh no, I was talking about. I was wondering why I had these. Because I have a bucket of mainly 2019 uncirculated, and I say that because I unrolled the rolls from a uncirculated bank box. Because I like finding stuff that hasn't been found. I'm positive I have at least once. But well, that's half true, because Robert says he's found one. He just never turned it in because he hadn't found a second one yet. But if that's true, that means I have the second one, and we should probably team up and send this thing on in. I'll take half credit. I'll share credit with Robert Lawson. I'll do that it'll be my pleasure. Put my name in small parentheses under a Robert Lawson. Fine, deal. I'll take that half credit. Oh, is that your 7 Unos?
It looks like It doesn't matter to me. This is pretty messed up anyway. I think it's a 70.
I keep all of those. I don't think so. The 7's too small.
No, I'm talking about the last number.
No. The first 7 that I can see is too small for it to be a 70. It's too thin, too narrow. I'm thinking it's a 77, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because that 7 doesn't match the 70. That is the one year I'm confident in giving advice on. Because I look at those all. This whole row right here is 70s that I felt were. This is probably a third of the flips for 70s. I flipped all of them because they were really good looking.
Uh-huh.
I mean, most probably aren't gradable, but I didn't want them to get any worse, man. They looked too good.
Hmm.
Oh, that's right. I found a Clash on one too. I gotta go back through these. So on your 70s,
Uh-huh.
look for that letter. Remember that Clash I found where it has that letter that part of the A that looks like it's coming out of his nose?
The 70s?
Yeah, that remember the thing that looked like it had the A, the part of the A coming straight down on mine the other night?
Uh-huh.
That was a 70s. So you can potentially look for those as well because that's a thing.
Okay, here's
So that
70. On what A? On America?
No. It was the front of his face. Remember, in the front of Lincoln's nose, it looked like it had a clash mark of an A that protruded out. You're the one who told me it looked like an A, so you have to remember
Oh yeah.
it. It was just that one arm. It looked like a booger snot rocketing down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a clash. So yeah, that's potentially going to be on everyone struck by that die. So that's another thing to look for.
No. There's something there. I don't know if you see it.
I kind of do.
It's almost like a column.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
It potentially could be a column because jailhouse Lincolns are a thing.
Right there. Right where the shadow's at.
Super potential.
And nothing right here.
Oh, see, I got some clashing in front of his face. You see this little triangle?
Uh-huh.
That's either part of the Monticello in back or something that clashed in front of his face. Yeah, because this little triangle shouldn't exist. I don't know what it entails, but it shouldn't be there. Which means it definitely clashed. Which means... see, I hate this because I think this is a small date under a large date. But supposedly, this only happened on the proof sets. This is definitely not a proof coin. So this doesn't necessarily look like a large date, but this doesn't look like a small date either. Is my problem with this thing. It doesn't make sense. It looks like a medium date, which is stupid. But it absolutely does look like a medium date. The reason I say that is because this angle that this takes, how it swoops so far over, that's a small date swoop. The large date swoop, hold on. Hold, please. Looks like this. So let's see, side by side. There's that one. Oh, that's so much further than I thought. Okay, never mind, because this one has the same die. All right, let me go through another stack to get one that was not from the same roll. Because that's important. That one definitely looks different. I guess it shouldn't be either, because on the large date over small date, the S looks really thin. It's like it looks almost like a different S because it's so thin and different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, according to the video on CoinOp with Dustin Morgan that he does for the 70S, and all the ones I've watched, yeah, the S looks drastically different. Because these ones, most of the ones I have, they're kind of chunky, and a lot of them have this little extra chunk inside the top half. And on the example that's the large date over small date, it's super pencil thin throughout all of it. It's real symmetrical. It doesn't get fat and thin like this one. What is this?
I got his address.
His brother?
No, Tim Huff.
Well, he's in the grave. Remember, you had his grave spot.
Yeah, but I also knew where he was at in 81.
Oh, okay.
He was living in Colorado.
Yep, I would assume so.
He lived at 80033 Ridge, Jefferson, Colorado.
I use in Wheat Ridge.
Is that someplace close by?
Yeah, not too far.
Not too far?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's one of the older towns. Yeah, it makes sense. It's within half-hour drive.
Well, I can dig into it more. It's that I don't. I gotta go to the restroom now. And I'll be right back. Okay.
You're good, buddy.
All right. Right back.
I'm gonna eat some tea. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I got that to beat you. Now I'll go see what's up. Nobody's here. Okay, good to know. Sorry, I'm bored. And I ran out of cigarettes about an hour. No, wait, like 5 hours ago. So this is a double deck. I'm almost sure I can tell you which one, or at least where the spot is. Thinking. It is an underline. Let's see if I can make that visible for you. Kind of. You'll work. I'll hook it up with NFC. This little thing right here, right here. actually. Sign of a double die. Yep, right there, right there, right there. It's William JB. That's not the only spot I noticed it due to this little hump of the line right here. I look at a lot of 70Ss. And yes, it is almost the same size, but there's an itty bitty little hump right here. It does not match the shape of the knife that it would have been, which is what I look for to make sure it's not machine doubling. And then if you look here, another reason why I think there's a medium date, or this is a small over large, large over small, I should say. The hump of the 9 makes me think it was over there yonder. And I know they say this can happen with die wear too, but on more than this example, my L is reasonably more defined than the rest, and this looks like doubling. Let's change some viewage. Okay, see, now I'm positive that we have some doubling. The B has a sweet dent, or we'll say ditch, going all the way down, and that's a wee bit wide. This is a wee bit wide. Let's see if I have some light to turn on. Nope. Let's do this. Kachiga. Now look what we have here. We have some splitting right here, right here. We have some splitting right here, right here, right here. Let's see if I can make that stand out any better. So we'll use you. You go up yonder. Sorry, lighting is half your battle.
Yep.
And until I can get, I didn't know you were back. I was talking to myself and if anybody was in chat.
I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, yeah, you're good. Yeah, no, lighting's half the battle. And I have 2 bulbs that I have to go find still. I gotta go find those. And then this, there's another sign. See this inner ring?
Yep.
That is a double die. That's actually a pickup point even. That's one that I can use to help me find which one it is even. That was important to see. And how I did that is I have all 3 of my lights positioned around it, but I don't have them pointing towards the coin because it's too much. It makes it too bright. So I have them pointing straight down, and just whatever branches out is what is lit up. And then I have my brightness, I have it set up on a certain level. So if I do the frequency at 60 hertz, it makes it dimmer and a little clearer. But if I do this, you see that little flash of brightness, it changes everything. Changes everything. But if you look at silver with it under the 50, especially proofs, makes it really hard to see. But it works pretty well with copper on everything except for like the super duper shiny BU ones. But look how weak that is. That's what the small date looks like. A strong L, weak Iberty. And then the 7 doesn't look like it has a crease going through it, which is what the large date looks like. The small date looks like one piece. And if I touch the bottom, it basically doesn't hang down further, and it should. But this should be pointed a bit more like this, because it should point directly back to the 0
and not down to the S. But this should be lower, just a little bit. And I think this swoop is just a bit too drastic because that's exactly how the small dates are.
Okay.
So I'll show you a proof small date just so you have a reference in your brain. I think this is one. Nope, not a small date. So this is a large date, or yeah, large date. So where are you? Not six. Let's see. Sorry, I'm up to 6 1970 sets. I got to figure out which ones are which. See, this is a straight up large date, large date. The nine's shaped a bit different. No. Let's look over here. What do you look like? Because on the large date over small date, the doubling is on the bottom of the L of the first three. Oh, that looks pretty good, though. That looks pretty good indeed. Because if you look in the inside of the R, it looks like there's something in there. And it just seems to be an awkwardly wrong shape. It just seems off. Where's my reference? There's going to be my reference. Let's look at what this R looks like. Same year. Pretty similar, I guess.
Have you heard of a Phyllis Jean Graham?
No.
Okay.
I like the way that looks. There's a reason I like that date so much. Okay. Well, I'm running out of options. I'm going to come across a small. There it is. So there's a small date. That 9 sure does point back at that 7. But this is also the double die small date. Because this little ring on the inside is a marker. How lopsided it is here versus here is a marker. I'm thinking that if I get my lighting right, it might even show a BEV split right there. Oh, but it also looks like not necessarily the exact crease of the 7, but right here is where that doubling looks like it might start. And then let's go to Liberty. Yeah, see how the L is not frosty. It looks shiny like it should, and then the rest is just. But yes, this is absolutely the doubling because we have a split here at the top of the T. We have. So wow, look at that B. We have some decent separation here in the B. A little bit up top here. Yeah. Which means if I turn that this way, gets a little bit clearer. That's way large. You can see this split right in half right there.
We got one watching.
Let's see where else this one's going to show. We have a little bit right here in the G. You can see how the O, how it looks like one piece of it seems to be a different shape than the rest, and there's a little line in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost looks squared in the inside.
And no, it is squared in the inside.
Yeah, and same with the D. Where it looks like one went under and then another one punched on top that was a different shape. Which makes me think that this could be
No, this would just be a doubled small because this is very clearly a small date. Very, very, very clearly a small date. There's no way you could mistake this 9 that points directly back. For
Wow. You got how many of those 1970s sets do you have?
6. I have 2 small date, 4 large date. I'm thinking 1 is potentially the large over small date. So I potentially have 2 large date, 2 small date, and 1 both. Because they have one of the bigger varieties is the small date over, or the large date over small date, where which makes, yeah, large date over small date, because they stopped using the small date rather early in the series and then continued the rest of the run with the large date. So yeah, there's the underlining one is the one that does this. And then the one that goes over top of it is the one that's a little bit different shaped and points straight down. But the 7 is lower because this 7 absolutely goes across the line. And if you can touch the 1 and touch the 0 before your 7 touches, bam, small date. On a large date, your 7 will touch about here before you can hit your 1 or 0 on this bottom line I've created. And on the top, it'll do the same. Instead of the 7 being lower than the rest, it's flush with them. That is a small date signature. The 7 looking like it is one solid piece instead of 2 sticks put together with a crack in the middle. That is a small date sign. The L being looked like it was punched at a different time, basically. The L looks great. Everything else does not. That is also a small date. This is not necessarily what they look like because this is doubled, but they are this faint. Yeah, but I look at it as just this 9. The 9 it's everything.
Yeah.
But this one is it's supposed to be pointier. It's not supposed to be this blocky right here on the inside pointing this way.
Yeah.
It's supposed to come to a finer point. And I sent this one to the Q&A, and even Shay said the same thing. Shay was like, it's a small date, I'm pretty sure, but it's supposed to be pointier. Like, yep, I know. But I have 10 71 sets. But I need 71 mint sets now because I've been pulling some good stuff. I'm missing 2 nickels right now. Here we go then. Silver side. What's up, silver side? Is it this 71? Let's see. Let's see if he has a booger. Yep, look at that booger.
Yep.
It's a lamination. I pulled this out of a mint set. Look at that boogie. Yeah. And it's also doubled.
Yeah, you can see it in the end real clear.
We'll point you there, there. Oh, and then I touch it. And it's got a notch right here, and then it doubles on the inside. And then it should have a pretty good spread on the T. Which it does. That's a cool one. I like the baby. Oh, yep, this one is doubled as well.
Mm-hmm.
This nickel. Oh, the nickel is doubled. You can see the tip of the E.
Right.
And the line going down the inside. And the B. And what else shows? The star. That's right. I need to be right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the star.
Yep. That's the pickup point for this one and how you designate which one this is. And I have found out which one this is. I wrote it on the inside of the box, but I don't know where the box is. But there's a few, and one has the star doubled the other way, where it's doubled on the outside instead of the inside. And that's how you designate it. But this is a 68 proof set with the doubled Jefferson. Or, yeah, Jefferson. And then supposedly I say this one was doubled too the last time I looked at it. So let's find out. Oh yeah, that's going to be a 10-4. This whole extra piece up top is extra.
Yeah.
And then the R looks a little flat.
What's that in between the U?
That's what I'm trying to find out. That's a little better. That's just how thick it is. It's just because it's too fat. And then the S splits right here at the base, right in the middle. T looks like it does as well. Yeah, that's a big 96 right there. I have a theory that they struck some of these over a 7, because some of them, it almost builds a straight line this way, which makes no sense. And then there's like a little extra bump right here at the edge of the 8, and then it makes a straight line, or it would have covered a straight line going this way as well.
Yeah.
I have a theory that there is, it's probably wrong as hell, but some of them I find it makes sense. I expect I'm wrong, but if I wasn't, it would be cool. Because sometimes it looks like there's a line underneath the 8 a little bit, and it goes so perfect, and then this 8 will be a little flatter on some. I got to find out where, and it's not on a proof set, it's on a business strike. How would you believe that this is a proof coin and this is not? I only know that because I'm the one who pulled this one out and it's all super gross and black.
You can take over, Hector.
Oh no, I'm doing other stuff right here in front of the coins. Let's check something.
Oh,
It's a 78.
I gotta scroll. Oh, it is an 8,
Yeah.
without a doubt. Oh, is this the one that has aggressive machine doubling that I'm pretty sure I have found on more than one? Yes, it is. So this is, I'm pretty sure, I don't think it's a machine double. I really don't. I thought it was originally, but this, and it tells me otherwise.
Ouch. Stab myself with a damn penknife. Okay. Start organizing these out of the way.
Yeah, I got to do a desk clean right now, actually. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, I gotta organize a little bit, just a little bit better.
Yeah, if I don't pause before it gets carried away, it gets a wee bit carried away.
I gotta roll some pennies right now because I've got those. Already done. No, like that one. There you go. There's still one person watching. It must be either Midnight or History.
Well, I thought history would have at least said something.
Well,
He was actually.
a phone call.
Yeah, then he said he was actually going to hop right back up, so I would have assumed he would have at least said something if he was lurking again. It's not like it matters either way. But.
Oh no, I'm adaptable.
I don't like these flips. Everybody swears by them and whatnot still. But do you know how many old, or these have been out for a decent amount of time yet? You know how many old coins I see in these when you find them, like in old collections? You find 0 of them in these. You always find the yellow nasty flip that looks like it's been around for 100 years. But the coin's always still good inside. I never find it.
The ones I've seen.
I found a few that were really good inside still.
Really?
But I've never even seen anything in this that was outside of a folder.
Mostly because those people don't collect coins. You know, I've seen that. I mean, they start something but they don't finish it.
Oh, well, that's America. That's the American dream.
Okay, I'm 7 rows short of a full box. That's why I was going back to the bank.
I don't want to take these ones back. I have probably $25 in 2019s that are all brand ass new, but I know that there's varieties in them. I'm almost afraid to look through and to find a whole bunch of them because that'll make them worth a whole lot less. I guess if I kept it to myself, it wouldn't though. Just slowly trickle them out over the next few years to where there's not an abundance of them to where they lose value real quick. That's what happened to the 95. They were worth like $1,000 when they first came out. And then people kept finding them and finding them and finding them. Now they're worth $20. Oh, Hector, I hope that thing sells. I hope that dime sells for $30,000.
I hope so too. I'd be happy to know somebody who's sold a coin like that.
Because if it sells for $30,000, I will immediately send mine for grading even before they will attribute what it is, which is what I'm looking forward to, is being able to send it in and have PCGS put the variety on the slab. Because Robert Lawson says he's never seen one come back cameo before, ever. And all I'm saying is I have one coin in this thing that looks cameo. And it just so happens to be the dime.
Dang.
The reverse is absolutely cameo. There's no doubt about that. But I think the obverse is strong enough to get it. And it's got 5 on that bad boy.
Yeah.
Look at that 5.
Hang on, let me blow you up so I can see it a little better. Oh yeah. Has anybody figured out how that happened?
Yeah, Ken Potter or somebody that Robert Lawson sent it to did an overlay, and I guess the 5 of the 1965 SMS set dime fits right there.
Unbelievable.
Yep. And look at the difference in contrast. So I still do believe that this would hit cameo. Because even the letters, if I turn it down a little, it gets better. Yeah, it's almost a naked eye visible variety. Oh, $30,000 though. And just the way Dustin says it in the video, because Dustin's normally all about look at the sold listings. Don't think it's worth something because that's how much somebody's trying to charge for it. Well, the whole video he refers to the one that is listed for 30,000 as being worth 30,000. And it already has 11 people watching it. I'm so excited.
When's it come off sale?
Well, Robert has one on there right now for $2,500. But it's been there as long as I can remember. But if you go to the about info of that listing, he gives you info about the variety, like how he's sold a few, how many he's come across. Like it's got little updates. And then there's another one that is like rainbow toned, and also that one's also listed for $2,500. And then there's one that's graded special proof 67, and it's listed for $29,999.
Jeez.
And those are the only 3 on there. Those are the only 3 that are in existence for sale right now. Besides, no, those are the only 3 for sale right now. I know Robert probably has 1 or 2. I know I have 1, and I know Shay from Mantic Coins has 1. He found it like 3 weeks ago as I was watching one of his late night hunts. I watched him find it. Oh, turd. He found it live.
That is so cool.
Yeah. He yelled so loud his wife came in and yelled at him for almost waking up the kids. It was hilarious.
You know, I don't see her as often on video anymore.
Mm-mm.
What do you mean?
No, they quit doing the hunts, like the $50 silver surfing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it was just getting too much for him. So Shay's been doing nothing but adding stuff to the sand database. And she comes on in the mornings for Mantic Coins Anonymous or whatever that is, Mantic Anonymous.
Yeah.
She still joins most of those, I think. She's definitely a beautiful woman. Shay is a lucky man.
44, 46, 47. 2019.
I'm so happy that Dustin came back, and I'm even happier that he made that effing video.
I know. I
That's
was.
all I can think about.
I felt bad when he left.
I did too. Because I joined the hobby right when he left. Like all the videos I was watching were past videos. I think I started, and right when I found out about them, he was doing his final Q&A that he was a part of.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden, there was no more Dustin. Damn it. Oh, and on the Coin Op Facebook page, he put, show me your best variety that you found, and da-da-da-da. Well, I'm in Facebook jail right now, so I couldn't be a part of this new video because Zuckerberg's a butthole. Butthole Zuckerberg. Because yeah, what the latest video was, is he went through the Facebook group and he put a post up there and had everybody comment their picture of their coolest find, and then he went through those, and that was the video. It was going through everybody's finds that they had put on the link.
Wow.
Somebody found a 41,069S recently.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, last April.
Must be nice.
Yeah, and it found it coin roll hunting. The 6th roll in his 4th box he ever hunted.
I found a 71 RPM S.
Nice.
Then Albert, you know oldies and goodies?
Yeah, I know that.
He tried to buy my 1919 penny I found in Cornwall.
How much did you try to buy it for? I have an extra.
I got 2. I didn't tell him that.
It's a good thing you didn't.
I think he said he wanted to offer me $20 for it.
Well, I know he wants a lot of my foreign. He wants my dong. Ha. That's a Korean. That's the Korean currency or change. They're called dongs. Yeah, so he doesn't have any. He legit wants my dongs.
Mm.
That wasn't even a gay joke. That was legit. Yeah, straight up. It's a dong. It's one dong.
Is that North Korean or South Korean?
Let me look. No, Vietnam. My bad.
Oh, Vietnam.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna check something out. I hear noise in front of my garage.
You do that. Make sure you're armed as well. With anything. But some. Well, if anybody's watching, how's it going? If nobody's watching, I'm talking to myself. And that's nothing new. You see that? That's a 5. You better believe I'll be adding to the hype of this for the next couple of weeks.
We've got curbside pickup tomorrow, and people are picking up all the steel and metal.
Oh, you got bulk day?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah. I miss bulk day. We used to get all of our ramp building equipment out of bulk day. That's totally a cameo cord.
Yeah, I can see it.
Actually, this would be the first one to ever hit cameo.
So you gonna break that open and send it in?
Yes, so as soon as PCGS puts it, or as soon as they put it in the cherry pickers guide, PCGS will recognize it as being a variety, and I will be able to not just get the grade on the slab, but the variety on the slab too, because right now they won't. So if it ends up being in the cherry pickers, which comes out in August,
You
I'm going.
still
Yeah,
like
I'm gonna be sending.
Tin Can.
Oh, damn
And I guess yes. Either way, I'm sending it in for grading because
Uh,
if they sell the one online for $30,000,
uh,
I'm immediately going to send this in for grading because I think this would hit a 66 cameo or 67 cameo, which would put it as the top pop. It would make it the highest graded if it touches cameo, which means I'm immediately going to get it in that slab, and I'm going to hope it sells for as much, if not more, than $30,000 because that's just it just sounds absurd to say out loud.
yeah, now
That would be so cool.
my I was telling
It would change.
my daughter and her boyfriend when I went to go visit the last time to see my grandkids. Um, we were talking about coins, and I told him about this one coin that there's one person found, and it's $230 for a penny for a double ear 84 Lincoln. He goes, you gotta be kidding me! For a penny, they're gonna give $230 for it? He said, yeah, he sold
So
it.
that's a cheap one.
Yeah, because it was only an AU-58.
Yeah, and it was only one of the cheaper varieties. They sold the 2 years ago. They sold the 69S, the highest grade one, for $136,500.
Yep.
That auction was in 2016 or 17.
Well, I heard about it. I heard about it just last month about it.
Mhm.
Are you getting thirsty? Because I'm getting thirsty. And I'm getting hungry.
I do need a beer.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break so I can make my sandwich.
Tag out.
I'll be still in the kitchen. You'll hear me making noise.
Are we still alone? Let's see. Yes, we are still alone.
Let's see,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. There might even be another one. Who knows? I don't. What's up? I might have 5 of those in my possession at the moment. I'm glad I found a variety today.
What's that?
No, I'm glad I found a variety today. I was stuck in a finding list rut for a few days, and then I found the a 2007 DDR today. Oh, and I found those 82D small date RPMs that I showed you right away. That I'm pretty sure are RPMs. I haven't researched them yet, so I can't say for sure. But they both sure do look like an RPM. And then watching that, I watched that video today. Actually, the one Dustin Morgan did about this. It's a 20-minute video about this, and I'm so excited that it happened. I bet you Mantic Coins was. If you watched it, I bet you he's just as giddy right now watching that thing on eBay, hoping it sells immediately. It would change my life. It would change my life for the better. I would immediately be able to afford that coin shop, and it would officially start the rest of my life. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't have to worry anymore. It was a quarter. I could with 5 Gs, it would be a life-changing event. Like legit life-changing. Shit, I could turn one into life-changing. Just a step. Money to not blow, but to use as capital for investment.
Exactly. I mean, Rich Kelly says, he told me one time that there are months he can make enough to pay his bills off every month, just from pennies.
Yeah, but he also has insane amounts of BU rolls to pick through.
Oh yeah, I think he said 15 to 2,000 pounds.
He was at 1,100 last I talked to him because he had gone through enough. Because it was sitting at like 14 at one point. But he won't sell any. I've been trying to get just a couple rolls out of him that he hasn't gone through.
Mm-hmm.
And he will. He still hasn't hit the point where he will. Because that's where he makes. That's where he makes his money. I understand, but Rich Kelly's getting. He's not the youngest feller, and he has probably upwards of 100,000 rolls in his house.
Who?
He's not going to look through them all, and I don't want to see them all go to people who don't care.
Who are you talking about? 1,000 rolls.
Rich Kelly. He has.
11.
If he has 1,100 pounds, how many rolls do you think that equates to?
Well, 454 grams. Well, I got a roll of pennies right now. One roll of pennies weighs 12.14 grams.
We're going to say they weigh 15 grams because his are going to be all copper, no zinc.
Oh, that's right. This is zinc. That's right.
Yeah, his are going to be all copper because he doesn't have any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
15 is what we're going to say.
Okay, let's say. Let me get my calculator up. Okay. 15. Well, we can do this right now. 3.1 grams times 50 is going to be 155 grams.
So that was close. 15.5. 50. So 155. And then so that and
okay, so it takes 3 rolls. Let's see, times 3 to make 1 pound. Yeah.
So then it would be 3 times 1,100.
No, you divide the 3 rolls into 100,000 rolls because that's 1 pound. And if he has 100,000 rolls and 1 pound,
No, we're trying to figure out how many rolls he has based on weight.
Okay.
Not the other way around. We're trying to guess how many rolls it is based on the weight there.
Okay. So 3. So how much? You see 100,000 for what? 100 rolls? You said
Well, 1,100 pounds. And you said 3 rolls equals 1 pound. So it would be 3 times 1,100, right?
Okay, 100. No, don't you divide it? Because you got to figure how much. No, you multiply it.
Yeah. We multiply it if we're going this way. If we were going the other way, yeah.
3,300.
I'm glad. How many?
3,300 rolls.
That's crazy a lot. And I bet it's more than that too. I bet it really, truly is. And I don't, because he has some like insane dates, and I don't even want those. I want to purchase.
Okay, let's figure out how many boxes he's got. 50 rolls to a box. Divide that by 3,300. In boxes alone, he has 66 boxes. So that's possible.
No, I bet you he has over 150 boxes.
Yeah, 66 boxes. That's not even a shelf. I mean,
No. Yeah, I want his 70 S's, and I want to get my hands on a few Wheaties. I really do love 54S. That was the first Wheatie roll I ever opened. It was a tubed roll, but it was OBW.
Oh, we have two people.
And oh, bejesus, was that 54S roll worth going through? I've never been happier for paying $13 for a roll of pennies before. But I would do it every day of the week if I saw that guy that I met at that Coin Expo that is now canceled. It's supposed to be 33 days from now, and they already canceled it.
Yeah, I think my thing is I want to get a roll of 55 pennies, 1955 Philadelphia pennies. Brinks, is that an Armory car?
It's 2 armored cars. One is the Hot Wheels armored car, and one is the Matchbox armored car made out of metal.
Did you hear that Jumping John wants to get a pallet of pennies at $50,000?
No, he doesn't want a pallet of pennies. He wants a pallet of quarters.
Oh, quarters. That's right, quarters. That's right.
For the W. Because there's no way that you're not getting at least half of that pallet being uncirculated if you're ordering a fucking pallet. The fact that he probably made that much money last year in W's alone, that he could do it, is, and it's all because he had the capital to buy the boxes the first time.
Wow.
I bet he made 30 grand last year in quarters.
And I think he made more than that because he still has sets to sell.
Yeah, me too. Because he sold the rolls when he was going through them. So he made money on every stream that he was going through the quarters alone. And then he sold the ones that he didn't have to give away during those streams.
And he did he did say he had quite a few left still.
No, I'm sure he has at least like 3 PCGS slab boxes full. I guarantee you.
A little more than that.
He stopped selling them when he was under like 4 rolls of each. So he had at least 4 rolls of every one of the W's, and when he was under that, he was like, "Oh, I got to stop selling them. I can't sell anymore." Because he looked at it as if he was damn near out because he had like 120 of each one instead of 1,000 of each one, like he actually had at one point. I think he had 1,000 of the America, the first one,
right,
Lowell. I think he had almost 1,000 Lowells.
Unbelievable.
He had an actual percentage of the amount in circulation, like an actual percentage, which is hard to even think about. That there was 2 million in circulation, and Jeeps had enough of them to put his name on a blip. And it's because he had the capital to be able to not have to go to work for a few months while he drove around the east side of the country, buying boxes of quarters and then sifting through them wherever he was.
Wow.
and then having a team at a certain point where he was sending one guy one direction, he was going the other. And they were meeting up with like 15 boxes all together, going through those, and then dispersing for the next run.
Well, I can only imagine the travel time between the states because in California, if you started in
Yeah, but
you started
yeah,
North
you got to think
down to the Tijuana border, this could be like, geez.
California is the size of like 6 states on the east side of the country.
Oh yeah,
So his travel time is probably your travel time to get from like the beach back to LA. He's probably gone through 2 states in that amount of time.
mm-hmm.
I accidentally ended up in South Carolina when I was in North Carolina. It was an accident. I just started reading signs and it was all welcome to South Carolina. So, shit.
Because when I went to take my son, he moved to Missouri about 8 years ago. Last December, 7 years. I drove him from my town here all the way over to Springfield, Missouri, and it took me through.
That's where I got my car. I've done that drive too.
Have you?
That's where I got my car. My 82 Firebird Trans Am.
Oh,
It was in Springfield, Missouri.
he was there for 5 years, and we flew once back there to see him, and I drove him to Springfield, and we went through we went through Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma. Then we went up through Oklahoma to Arkansas to Missouri.
That's a way better drive than we did. We did Kansas, Nebraska, St. Louis, and then through into Springfield.
Wow.
Yeah, Kansas is an unpleasant state to drive through. It sucks every time. If you're going to drive through Kansas, leave at like 3 in the morning
Mm-hmm.
or 2 in the morning where you drive through Kansas when it's dark, because it doesn't matter either way. It's exactly that boring.
You see, in California, I'm like I said, I'm dead center of California. If I go 3 miles, I'm in the 3 hours south of the desert. I go not even an hour east, and I'm in the mountains. I go 3 hours north, and I'm
Okay,
in Sacramento.
What do you call mountains? What are mountains to you?
Sierra Nevada,
How tall is that? Well, I mean,
5,000 and 10,000.
so you have a mountain. You have a real mountain.
That's not a real mountain.
No, it is a real mountain. I said you do have a real mountain. Most people who say they have mountains, and then they have little baby hills.
Yeah, we call those rolling hills. You see,
Yeah, that's all of Nebraska.
just 30 minutes out of my house, just due east of here. If you go 30 minutes outside of my house and you travel due east, you're in rolling hills. I mean, those are
Yeah, if you drive 45 minutes west, basically from anywhere where I am, you drive southwest southwest, northwest. It really doesn't matter. Boulder is northwest. And then they're huge and it's only about half hour. And then driving south, that's just an unpleasant side of Colorado. Once you exit and start going south past DIA, it sucks. It sucks.
Now, the mountains you think that might be lower see, we're in the valley, and the ones on the coast, they're only like, I'd say 1,000 to 1,500 feet at the most. The coast mountains, maybe at the very top, probably 3,000 feet. But
yeah, and there's a line, I think, from if I go for a drive down Federal, I can physically see 5 14ers or 6 14ers at the same time.
well, I think you're almost straight as the crow flies from my place.
Yeah, because we have I don't know how many 14ers we have in Colorado, but I know it's double digit.
Let's see.
Because there's a tour that people do that's the 14ers of Colorado. I've done a few of them.
Let me see.
It gets so cold when you get up there.
Oh,
I hate it.
I camped in the snow.
Oh, me too. I have a cabin in Ken Carl that my great grandpa built in like 1912. and every generation has added to it and kept it up and fixed it. So it's family built, family owned, family repaired for the past 108 years.
Okay, Sierra Nevadas, due east of me. The tallest one is 14,505 feet. The Desert Mountain southeast of me is 6,000. The one south of Bakersfield, which is about 2.5 hours from me, it's about 6,000. Clark Mountain, 7,900. Bald Mountain, which is northeast of us, 8,500 feet. Pyramid or Pennant Range, 11,530 feet. I'm sorry, 11,000.
It's almost a mountain.
Mm-hmm. Cascade 1409 and the Sierra Nevada range average 14,000 feet.
Yeah, those are mountains. Those all. I think Colorado designated 14 to equal a mountain. I don't know why, but that's how they measured it. Is being a 14er is a thing here.
Oh.
If you climbed a mountain and it was under 14, you didn't really climb a mountain. It's the ridicule that I hear.
Now, if you go to the West Coast, then you're looking at, let me see what that. Let me put that down. Western ranges. Say. Okay, here we go. Siskiyou is north of me. Peninsular, no. East Coast, no. Pacific Coast ranges. Okay, here we go. It doesn't give. Oh no, it doesn't give any real heights.
Yeah, there's a lot in Colorado. I like it.
What are the three mountain ranges in California? There are three mountain ranges. The Peninsula, Mammoth Mountains.
Huh?
There's only three coastal mountain ranges: the Transverse region, the Peninsula ranges, and the Klamath Mountains.
Yeah, we have the end of the Rocky Mountains. Because the Rocky Mountains head up into Canada.
Oh, well, they go down as far as Mexico.
Do they really touch Mexico? I thought they stopped like New Mexico-ish.
I'm gonna take a look at the Rocky Mountain range. Rocky Mountain range.
No, I think the Rocky Mountains do stop right here. I changed my mind. I kind of think they do stop in Colorado.
The Rocky Mountains stretch 3,000 miles from British Columbia, Alberta, Canada, all the way to Wyoming, Idaho, Colorado, down to New Mexico, the United States.
So it does go to New Mexico. Okay, so it does stop in New Mexico. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, I knew it stopped either right here or right past here because we touched New Mexico.
3,000 miles is border to border almost.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, it's massive in Canada, and that's where most of their gold comes from.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'd rather be in heat than cold.
Me too.
Yeah. So now I've got the oldest penny I found in this photo hunt was a 1925.
Good.
And I got to get this all rearranged and get this ordered this way. Then I've got all my coins going back, except for 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So that's what, 350 going back. That's not going back.
$3.50.
Mm-hmm.
$3.50.
That's all that's going back.
Or that's all that you're keeping?
That's all I'm keeping, right? The rest is going back. And most of it was clad. think I mean.
Okay, I was all. What were you searching?
Well, I was gonna say you got the wrong one there. For a minute there. Whoever that number one person is, they must be just listening to us talk because they've been there for a while. We had two from a minute. I mean, not for a minute, for a few minutes. And but let's see. I wonder who it is. I know it's not midnight anymore because I'm pretty sure he's. Let me see if that Conformist still has his stream on.
It'll still be on for sure because he doesn't shut it off anymore. But I don't know if anybody's in there. I don't know when he goes to bed because we normally, when he passes out, we normally go to somebody else's stream.
Uh-huh.
But there's only three other options. It's Hoovy, Justin, or Pluribus. I talked to Hoovy and
Nobody's there.
Huh?
Nobody's there.
No, so it's going to be Justin, E, or Hoovy then.
Well,
And that's the. No, it's only like 2:30 there. They're not that tired yet.
no. Are you kidding? The movie stays up until 4 in the morning.
Oh yeah, me and her talked until
He
8.
was there. Aunt Orta was there. Pluribus was there. Justin's there. Now was
Where?
there?
Oh yeah,
Conformist. New Coin was
yeah.
there.
I know. That's where I was until you started. They had a full 6-person crew.
There's only one person watching, so I don't know who's left in there. But man, I'm looking at the website for the virus, the coronavirus.
Yeah,
United States #1 now in the world with cases.
but not deaths because
No.
Italy still has them because of their generation living.
Yeah.
Where the grandparents live with the parents and the kids live with all of them and they take care of one another because that's what families do out there. That's why they're struggling so terribly badly. Is the multi-generation homes.
Well, not only that, their government's always breaking down. They're notorious for having problems with the government and pensions and jobs and because I have friends that live in Italy that tell me when we talk only because my friends are Italian and they have friends that are relatives that live over there still and they tell me sometimes it's hard. It's kind of expensive to live there, but they love it.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how expensive.
Well, I was listening to a commentator, and some of the things he hit right on the nose. Why we're in the situation, we can't blame Trump because this is what has been going on for years. And I'm going, yeah, but he made some bad decisions, this and that, and the other thing. I don't know. I just want to make sure.
He made bad decisions, yes, but jobs were at an all-time high until this happened, and the country had to shut down for 2 months. And then it's like the one thing that nobody could say bad about the man is what he did for the economy. Like you can hate him all day, you could despise him.
No, I don't.
But our unemployment for minority and everybody alike was historically low.
Well,
and all of a sudden,
the only thing I can say is this started in the 80s when Reagan, which was not my favorite governor. I'm sorry?
I despise Reagan. He was in with the paper and clothing industry so deep that he made marijuana a Schedule I drug.
Yeah.
Which put it up there with heroin and cocaine because he didn't want hemp to become legal because of the deficit it would have taken in the paper industry because how easy and strong hemp is to grow.
Well, the other thing too is because back in the 80s, I remember when I was like 15, Proposition 13, and a few other things that happened during that time when he was governor of California. A lot of the people that were mental health, he closed a lot of the mental health issues, and that's when I started noticing things were going wrong. And then Prop 13, where they lowered the property taxes, which is okay, I can understand that. But a lot of the firemen lost their jobs from the city, lost their pensions because they went to privatization, and then when privatization didn't happen, if I remember correctly, if I'm wrong, somebody better correct me. But I remember the city department had their own fire. I mean, they had enough money to pay their people, and all of a sudden, we didn't have fire protection because the California Fire Department had forestry had to be our fire department, and then people started when I started in the '80s. I became a manager, and my boss was telling our bosses, "Hey, if we can get this better. We can make more money. We can do this and that. We can offer 401ks instead of pensions. We can offer that we can't afford the employees anymore because they're paying too much." And I think the middle class started losing footing back in the '70s. And and I experienced it. I mean, I was making $12 an hour. My wife, even in the '70s, I was making $12 an hour. What's the minimum wage? Not even $15.
Yeah, unfortunately, right now, with the way things are, I am the most taxed and neglected. What is that? Group in society, being a middle-aged single white guy with no kids, no house, no spouse, no charity.
How about this?
They tax me for all my money and give none of it back because I don't exist.
How about this? That I do exist, and they tax me at a higher rate than a single person because my house is paid off and I don't have a deduction.
No, I think they hit me more. I still think the early 30s, late 20s, single male with no house, no spouse, no car, and no charities. I have nothing to write off. I have absolutely nothing to say, hey, I deserve this money for that.
Okay, last year I made last year I made half of what I made before, and I have to pay more taxes this year.
So they tax me for,
and I made half.
I think
salary.
I think I got taxed 16 grand. The last year I worked the full year in federal, they hit me for like $16,000 in the end, and I got back $300.
Here's what I'm saying. I've seen the tax table go from the most people paying the most, the people who don't make the whole lot of money. Let's say you're making an average of $40,000. That ain't a heck of a lot of money. It's enough for a house, maybe an apartment. But if you're saying
in some states,
yeah, in some states, but in California, my wife and I both work. We barely paid our house off just last year. And not because the deductions are no longer there. We have to pay $2,000 more because we're not making the same amount of money than we did before when we had the house. Now that I'm making less money because the other job tanked, they're telling me I have to pay more tax this year. I got to pay $166 a month for 12 months so I can pay my taxes this year because they're not taking enough out of me.
Yeah, because they don't expect people to actually do the right thing and finish paying off the house anymore. The economy is built on that not happening.
Yeah, well, I paid mine off, and I'm still, and then you get a little of this. Trump's and the Treasury Department changed the tax laws about using the equity. I could have used an equity on my house to fix my house up, and then deduct my mortgage, right? Nope.
Yeah.
You can't do that no more.
You're still allowed to refi though.
I'm not refining.
When you're doing payments still, you're still allowed to refi.
Yeah, but I'm not going to refi because, what's the benefit of me getting into debt and not able to deduct it? Before that was something you could do. Put new paint on the house. Paint all the interior house. Maybe put a new facade, or put new lawn or whatever. But none of it's taxable, and if it is, it has to be on the labor, and that's it.
Yeah, I have bad luck. So I had my ex's uncle who was a tax guy who that was his job. I let him do my taxes for 3 years when we were in the relationship. Turns out he messed something up because I got audited a few years ago, and they've been taking my taxes ever since. Don't tell me why, and don't tell me how much I owe. They just tell me that there was income missed or something. And that I am susceptible to having all of my taxes taken until the debt is paid.
and I haven't gotten a number on how much that is yet, and but this will be year 4 that they've taken all my money. I don't know what he missed, but I get on average $800 in taxes back a year. So it's got to be getting somewhat close. He couldn't have messed up that effing bad. The most I made in a year was 59,000.
I think you can. Well, it depends on how much time elapsed, but you should be able to go back and see what you can do to change it.
Yeah, I never even tried, to be honest. I never got taught any of the adult shit. Like that's my fault, but I didn't. Yeah, I never learned any of that stuff. So I don't. Yeah, I just kind of avoid if pay it, just avoid and pay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not what I want to do. It's just
I'm thinking that my generation. See, I grew up hearing, don't trust the government. Don't trust anybody over 30. This is back in the late 60s, and Vietnam was going, pretty strong, and I remember the hippie movement. We're gonna do, peace, love, and Mother Nature, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Timothy Leary, what's up?
Yeah, it didn't come up that way. It didn't the fruition. And then I'm going through the 65 riots, the 68 convention. I remember, busing in 75 in high school.
The Malcolm X, yeah.
Yeah, Martin. And I was first grade when when John Kennedy got shot, and Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy. That was at 68 April and then June, and all that stuff that we went through, and it just seemed like people started saying that, the government. He said, we are the government, So I don't know. It's just that a lot of things didn't come out the way it's supposed to have been.
Nah, yeah, no. And then I don't know. Your generation didn't teach our generation enough.
No.
Of just the day-to-day life stuff. And then money became everything, so they took away all the adult building things in schools. No wood shop, no auto shop, no industry training, no.
Do you want to hear something?
No
I had
art.
I had a social science professor saying that when you don't have trades, I hate to say it this way.
The world will burn. The world will burn.
Yeah, they mentioned that all these kids that are coming into the schools are not going to be. They're going to be a service oriented, and they're not going to make money. And the people that do are a certain class of people, and that's why it's called socialism right now. Because people think socialism is communism, but it's not. It's changing society so that the people that were working, like my dad, get on this. My dad went into war. He was 19 years old. He came home, didn't get married until he was 32. Had 5 kids, bought a house, paid it off. Bought a ranch, paid it off. Built a house on the ranch, paid it off. Put 5 of us through private school. 1 through high school, 12 years, and 4 of us through 8th grade. All 4 of us went to college except for 1. And I'm going, how did he do it on $8 and 23 cents an hour when he retired?
The rate of which he had to spend that money he made was a shit ton less than it is now. Cost of living versus cost of work or cost of wages.
And I really believe it's fixed so that we stay in debt.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. So as soon as they raised the minimum wage, they just raised cost of living immediately, and it weeds out everybody who didn't see the benefit of the raise in minimum wage.
Not only that, because I was a shop steward.
Jobs quit giving us cost of living raises. Once you hit your 4 years, you're done. You don't see a raise for 14 years.
Well,
it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter what the economy does.
I was a shop steward in 1975. Not 75. Yeah, 75. I was making $5 an hour. I had a pension started. I had a pension started. I can go to the doctor and pay 50 cents for a drug and $1 for doctor's visit.
EpiPens are $800 fucking dollars for a curable disease. That's all I'm saying.
And now the same guys that I worked with back in '86 when I left the industry, I left in '86 with 11-year tenure, and I got a pension out of it. It didn't depend on 401k gambling your money.
And companies do everything they can to not give you a pension and make you use your 401k before they have to shell it out.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say is because even when Reagan was president and the FFA had strike because they were going to get their benefits cut and their wages cut, he just fired them all.
Yeah.
And that was 1980 something. I forget what year exactly he was president.
That's still going down. I mean,
Yeah.
It's just like overtime. I work in an industry where overtime is mandatory, but overtime can't be mandatory. It's illegal to say that. So when you were told, as a boss, you are told from your higher ups that when an employee comes to you and says, "Hey, is overtime mandatory?" You are supposed to reply, quote unquote, "No, but neither is your employment."
The thing is that I've been, I do taxes, and I understand how it works. Everybody puts their part in, but I just can't see where Warren Buffett says I should be paying more taxes, but because the way the laws are set up, I hardly ever pay anything. And he made an example.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Social Security will be gone before I'm able to use it.
Yeah, well, I plan to take advantage of it. Here's another thing too. I'm a teacher.
Do it. Take advantage before it's gone because it's probably only got 10 years left at best.
And it's only because they borrowed money against it. They never replaced it and put it back in. I know that but I just can't find when they did it and how they did it because they borrowed the money.
They did it when what year was that? They did it in 2014.
No, this is back earlier. I'm talking about.
I know everybody's money went haywire and all the stocks went to shit and everybody lost their 401ks in 2014.
The things that people are saying that how should I put this? That when we want medical for every person in the United States, the main reason, and no one talks about this, the main reason they don't want that is because insurances don't want it because they're making money on people dying.
Billions. We pay $3 billion a year in weed taxes alone here.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're probably roughly the same amount because we're the two top weed states.
And people tell me, "Oh, California, you guys are all screwy, this and that and the other thing." And I said, if I go to your state, I can hear you guys complain about your taxes are so low, but you don't benefit from it because you may have money in your pocket to feed your family and keep a house over your head. But let's call fire department. Let's call the social services. Let's see what happens to the old people who are in pension homes and all these kind of things. It doesn't happen. But that's another time for another dollar. But I hope this changes though, because people this pandemic is making people pull money out of their pockets. Where the government, we the government that pay all these taxes, should be helping the people who are the least fortunate. Give them a hand up. Give them a hand up. I don't say give them,
Well, they said they're doing a stimulus check for everybody.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that.
I can almost guarantee you that even if it does come through, I will not be one who receives it just because I kind of expect it. Either it'll be because I lost my job at the wrong time or I've been out of the work for just too long.
This has nothing to do with that. It has to do if you filed it, the only requirement that I hear so far is that every person who filed last year will get a check.
I filed last year, but I didn't get granted. They denied me.
What do you mean denied you?
I got denied unemployment last year.
No, this is different. I mean, this has to do with making sure people spend. Hey, cat, get out of the table. Get out the table.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the stimulus checks, and I've never received anything.
I would still say apply.
Huh?
Still apply.
Where do I go? What do I do? I have no idea. When I say no idea, I mean the exact sense of I have no idea.
Well, if you filed a tax return last year, you're going to get one. That's the only requirement I
Oh,
heard.
tax return?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably did file last year, but they took it, and I still have to file for this
No,
year.
$1,200 is going to go to you anyway. My wife and I are going to get $2,400, and my daughter's going to get $2,400 for them two, and the two kids are going to get another $500 each, so $1,000. She'll get $3,400. You know, I'm gonna, you know, if you don't mind, I'm gonna talk to you as I clean out my table, my desk.
Oh no, I have no problem. The reason I'm where I am in life is because I hasn't been around anyone who has the knowledge to tell me what to do and or otherwise. So I just kind of I wing it. I'm still alive, so I mean I'm not doing bad. I mean I'm not doing good, but I'm still breathing, so that's something.
Well, I'm really proud of my healthcare workers. I mean, they don't have the equipment to save themselves, and they're still going in there.
Yeah, my uncle was a EMT ambulance paramedic driver for a long time.
And they're calling him
For
back.
a long time.
They gotta call him.
He quit. He quit because when McDonald's got their 15 an hour raise to minimum wage, paramedics were still making $12.50 here in Colorado.
Well, I just got a letter
So yeah,
from my union.
McDonald's.
You know, it's funny when you hear people say union. They change their name instead of being called the teachers district association instead of the teachers district union, because union has a bad connotation to it, and that's what I mean. In history, I'm a kind of a history kind of interested in, and I used to hear how the unions they transition. You know, the health and welfare and the CP, you know, in the job protection. And when my company started to go to Frisco, and Frisco's a real big union area. You just can't walk in there and just say we're going non-union. I mean, they fought us tooth and nail when we went in there.
Oh, I wish I had a cigarette. I got cigarettes all day.
No, you don't. I saw a surgery today. They were talking about transplant, and they showed a guy they're taking transplant lungs out. The young guy, and they put in an older guy who needed the lungs. And when they showed his lungs from the man who needed him transplanted, they were, ugh. And then the ones that you saw from the guy who passed away and donated his lungs, nice and pink and long, and then they showed his old one, pitted, shrunk one side, dark, looked awful. I wonder who that one person is.
Let's see if this changes it. Hold on. Is that one person still there?
Yep.
Okay, I just closed all of my backup screens. So it's definitely not me being the one person.
Could it be me?
Potentially.
Oh, that's probably what it is then. Now I put my last roll away in the box. I'm going back.
I guess I saved and hoarded so many pennies as I went through boxes last year.
Uh-huh.
I haven't bought a box in probably 3 months, and I still probably have $60 worth of pennies in here. And I've turned in at least, where is that piece of paper? Where did you go? So I have my 2 Amazon things right here. So this one is for $50.82. This one is for $48.85, and I did another $50 day before that. So I turned in 150 in pennies so far in the past 4 days, and I still probably have another 50 or 60. How do I do this? Oh, okay.
You know, I found this pub mix, a savory blend of crunchy snacks, 2 pounds, 12 ounces. And I'm down to the last pound maybe.
Are you just weighing stuff to weigh stuff now, Hector?
No. I was reading the label.
Why am I going through this? I gotta stop going through this bucket.
What's that?
Oh, I keep finding myself going through this bucket of 2019, or it's 2015 through 2019. All of the ones that were not only red BU, but when I had them all in a big pile of one another, they're the ones that reflected the most back at me. So it's, I don't know, it's probably a 40-ounce or 70-ounce bucket of popcorn sized thing full of this. So they're so shiny. They're so shiny they get my attention. But I keep pulling them out and setting them down on my desk when I'm trying to clean off my desk.
Are they mostly 2019?
That's gonna be. It's mostly 2017 through 19. I know that there's at least half a box of 2019 Denvers in here, and there's probably 5 to 10 rolls of 2018 Denver uncirculated mixed in here, and then at least a dozen 2017 Denver rolls in there. Yeah, here's the 18. Do you have an extra ear? I don't know. I can never tell.
An extra ear?
Yeah, 2018 is supposed to have an extra earlobe. Blue Ridge Silverhound found a bunch of them. Because that's where they say that all the doubling will happen on anything past 2005. And I call malarkey. I call absolute malarkey. Where's my envelope? There's one. No, that was the one that Robert told me to send in.
Okay. Let's start writing these down now.
I wonder if my lighting is in the right spot for me to see this. That would be cool.
What's
I
that?
appreciate. Oh, I have a
a 54S that at least at one point I was able to see tripling on the E in Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually pretty clear because I remember this going pretty well actually. But I've changed scopes and lighting since then. So it's time to find out if I can still even physically see it.
I'm gonna go take see a man about a horse.
Do what you do, boo boo.
I'll be back. Don't
All
go.
right. And I'll be here looking at this here. And a bunch of other things. I'm gonna mute though, because I don't see anybody in here. And I'm gonna listen to some music.
Through prohibition, bootleggers and politicians. Hard. It's the worst stress. The only thing that keeps me here are her eyes in the morning. I've packed my things 1,000 times. Oh, and I beg to leave all the lies. Oh, the lies. The other day I told myself now, so I can figure out your head. The temperature of my sweat, but I tears, and she did it every day. Well, I packed my things 1,000 times. Oh, and I beg to leave all the lies. Oh, the lies. You read it, 'cause I'm just like to get to know your first thing in the morning. Kissing you goodbye, whispering goodbye. My mind is telling there's no coming back for you. There's no coming back for you. I told her no personal story more times. Then you wanted to know. She got her just like this, baby. I couldn't do what you said. The only thing I ever see her read is the best magazines. The reader has to know that nonsense, yeah. So she could play with me too. Well, I packed my things 1,000 times. Oh, and I beg to leave all the lies. Oh, the lies. Whispering goodbye. This time there's no coming back for you. Oh, there's no coming back. There's no running. There's no running. I try to love you, try to hold on to. It makes me fall for you. Feeling that makes me fall. Hey, you leave it now. You leave it, 'cause I really feel what you're taking to do. Morning, kissing you, morning, whispering goodbye. That's how I love you, try to hold on to. Feeling that makes me fall for you. Oh, the feeling that makes me fall. Can I buy you?
Ugh, that's creepy. So if anybody's here, the chick in this video is beautiful, yes, but she reminds me of my ex incredibly a lot. Not my recent one, but ugh, that's creepy. They look rather similar. Oh, this is a double outburst 54S, by the way. Oh, I have to switch my camera. That'll help. Check this out. Got to be cooler. You throw some shade on. Just throw some shade on. Who's so strong? Who doesn't make you feel good? 'Cause you need to know.
Does it make you feel good? Does it make you right? That's gonna go in an airtight even out. Oh wait, no, I have one more. So I threw it. Shit. Okay, never mind. Bunk sauce. Weak bunk sauce. Doesn't make you feel good. Every single one of these is a damn it. I have to go to Hobby Lobby tomorrow. What is I want to go to Hobby Lobby? Doesn't make you right. Doesn't make you right. Yeah. No, I want you that way. That way I can still see the purple. Show me the purple. Nope, nobody here. Where's the tiger stripe? There's the tiger stripe. That is from a Whitman album.
I'm back.
Shut up. Oh, okay.
Okay, now get myself organized again. Let's see. How am I going to do this? I got 80s, 70s, 50s. I see Hoover, A Purvis, Popzilla,
Where?
Newcomb at Hoovies.
You want to go over there?
Yes. No, because then I don't want to go on the panel. You want to go on the panel?
Oh, okay.
No, I'm
Well,
good
who's all
here.
there? Who's all there?
Big Country, Scrapper, Johnny
Is there 6 people?
Coin, David Carlisle.
Is there 6 people in panel?
See who?
Is there 6 people on panel?
No, there's only 2. I mean, there's only 4.
Oh. Yeah, I'm out here in a second. I'm down. It depends on if you're gonna head over too.
Yeah, we can do that.
Well, let's do it then.
All right.
Let's be social. Let's
Okay.
be social and antisocial.
Yeah, she's helped me a lot too in her channel. Yeah. Okay, I'll close this up and we'll go over there. Okay. Broadcast.